Alrighty. Let's see if we can figure out how to do this today. I had a interesting idea because I was talking about the time that we put like a Godot game into a Rails app, and now I want to see if we can like do something similar, but put the Godot game into like a DigitalOcean droplet and then host that. So we'll see. Again, it's been like forever since I've done this, so we're just gonna, I guess, take it as it goes. So I'm gonna go ahead and at least get something started real quick so that we have somewhere to something to play with. How's it going, everyone? Nice to see you again. I see my sister in chat. Hopefully not being the troll she usually is. Yeah, so this is gonna be what, like Godot? We'll just CD into Godot. Alrighty. So I haven't really touched this in a year or two. I think it's probably been like a year or two. So the first thing I got to figure out is like, how do I even, because I think last time I just put like a button on the screen. So I got to figure out how to put a button on the screen in like a Godot app, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, another sleepless night. It's okay though. I have Red Bull today, so Red Bull at 12 a.m. That's surely making good choices. Game dev, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of game dev. I don't know. Like ever since the thing with Unity happened last year, where everyone jumped ship over to Godot, or at least a lot of people did. I've sort of had like Godot on my radar. Like I've had it on the radar previously because one of my friends does like Godot tutorials. But yeah, I kind of want to play with it more, and I really can't do that on like the channel, like the YouTube channel. So I was like, oh, this is the perfect excuse. I can mess around with it. We can host it with Rails, and I'll get like a Rails video out of that probably that I can upload like tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But at least it gives me an excuse to like play with the game engine. But that means I have to actually go like download Godot. Because I don't even think I have it installed anymore. All right, let's do this. And then let me open it. And I guess I'll paste it down here. So yeah, the plan is we're gonna make a small Godot project. We're either gonna put it in before or after I do the Kamal setup. Like I know obviously that's the only way to do things is either before or after. I'm not gonna sit here and like multitask, but I think it might make sense to just get up like a basic Rails app real quick, and then we'll put like the Godot engine in after that's configured maybe. Okay, so if I do this, that gives us something, right? Hopefully. C++. Yeah, I've played with like Unreal Engine before, and I don't know. The blueprints are like, they're kind of hit and miss. It definitely, it's a different way to think about development when you're doing the visual scripting. Okay, let's do new. I don't know, like Rails Kamal hosting. Then we'll put this somewhere else. A drive, I think. Here. New folder, and I'll call this, I don't know, Rails project. There we go. Okay, so we'll do it in here. Select current folder. Okay, and then for this one, if I remember right, there was like, yeah, because one of the things I learned was like, Twitch stream still has working on Linktree. Of course it does. Oh man, yeah, the multi-streaming is so confusing. Like I think I finally have it working on the YouTube side. So of course now the Twitch side is the one that's messed up. So how do I change that from here? Let me see. Edit stream info. There we go. Okay. Where is it? There it is. go live notification. Okay, and then we can just hit done, I guess. Okay, that should hopefully update the Twitch side of things, I'm hoping. I can go over here to stream preview again. Okay, so let's create and edit. So I want to go with compatibility mode because that looks like it has web compatibility. Because one of the things you learn with like a lot of the game engines is at some point they've all just broken the ability to go on a website. Like Unity, Unreal, they all just, for some reason, like I guess all the browser support's just like blown up in their faces maybe, I don't know. But it's really frustrating because I think it was like Unreal where I spent a couple hours just trying to figure something out. And then like the advice was just go back to Unreal 4 if you want to do something in the web. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. I'll get right on that. Okay. So we have this and then we'll just like, we'll do a 3D scene and we'll add something here. Do like a cube or a box or something. Oh, I should probably type box correctly. Container. Box container. I have no idea. What do we have? Oh, this was the part where like it took me probably 4 or 5 attempts to get this working when I did this in the video. Because I'm like I know enough Unity to get around, and I know enough Unreal Engine to make a mess of things, but Godot, I'm just like, I don't know what any of this stuff does. So I want to create a new node. Then do I add a child node? No. A node 3D. Shapecast? Okay. Node 2D. I'd really like just like, okay, let's delete this. Add child. What do we have for node 2Ds? I don't know if it really looks boxy. Godot, how to add cube to 3D scene. Okay. CSG box, of course. That was going to be my next guess. There we go. Okay. Like right click and WASD to move around. Okay, so that gives us something here, and then we'll set up the Rails side of things. We'll do a Rails new. I'll just call it a demo. So the way I usually do this is like I titled the demo one. I usually just name it demo, and then like by the time I do the recording, I'm up to like demo 4 for these projects, but hopefully we can do it a bit easier here. And then I guess we do like Tailwind, I guess, dash C Tailwind. I don't think we need ES build. We'll just go with this. We'll see. I don't think there's going to be any difficulties here because it's pretty much the same process as before. It's just we're throwing it on a server somewhere. But like if it works locally, it'll probably work on the server. Hopefully. But I guess we'll see. I really like doing these videos though because it's always like why would you possibly want to do this? The comments are always funny. Web gaming is slowly becoming a thing. Isn't strong as Unity and Unreal, but something at least. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so because I miss the days of, I mean, like it's not the best example because like RuneScape, you had to download a client, but I really miss the days of just going to some website and playing a game on the website. Obviously now we have like, you know, the Jagex launcher that you have to install, and then you have like RuneLite, which is like an open source client for that, and a bunch of other stuff. Whoa. Mario Kart 3 app. Oh, you're not kidding. This is like a whole Mario Kart thing. Well, I did with React and 3. Yeah. So I did a couple projects now where I've used 3JS, and it's really cool. The only thing I don't understand, it's probably something with my Brave configuration, but my browser absolutely hates 3JS. So whenever I do those videos, or at least when I did them back when Firefox worked for like localhost, I would have to like record those in Firefox because it was awful. Okay, so we have that. Let's cd into our demo and run a code dot to open it up in VS Code. And then let me come over to the droplets in DigitalOcean. I guess we'll just do this. Let's see, we have New York, Ubuntu, sure, don't really care. Go with the cheapest option. I don't know, Godot demo. And then we'll select SSH keys, generate that. Okay, so we're generating that. That's should be up and running. And then we'll come over to terminal. We'll run a, why do you use Windows? Mostly because if I don't, then people are gonna not know how to follow along if they're Windows people. It sounds bad, but that's why I do it. I try and keep things like as accessible as possible. So I like try to funnel the people towards, you know, WSL for like the Linux installation. Because that sort of gets them exposed initially. And it's something that they can do without reconfiguring every part of their development environment. But especially with Rails, it's like you pretty much have to work on Linux. So I show them like it's a Windows operating system. It still looks like it's Windows. They're just working on Linux. And then over time, hopefully they start to like migrate or something. But also just like in my case, because I do stuff like play RuneScape, it just makes more sense to stay on Windows. Okay, so we have to do our camel init. If you're not familiar, you haven't used like the camel gem before. Seems to be like a pretty new gem. You just gem install camel, and then that's going to allow you to do a camel init. And then that's going to create 3 files for you, or I guess a couple files, but we don't really care about the hooks folder for this, for the purposes of this. So we're just going to be focusing on the env file, and then in config and deploy. And then hopefully by setting this up, we'll be able to push it up to our DigitalOcean droplet. Okay, where is it? Appreciate your efforts. Well, I appreciate you. It's always nice to be appreciated. Okay, so let's grab this and let's paste it in here. I'm gonna get rid of these comments because I really don't need them. Username is Deanin. Yeah, so the reason for the username is this is involved, but when I built this computer, it was a pretty big build for me at the time. So when I had to like put in a username for it, a couple of my friends and myself, we just got done playing Final Fantasy 14. And one of the bosses in there, like I think one of the level 60 raid bosses was called like Sophia. And it was like this boss where you had to like do a bunch of counting and stuff to do the raid. I'm sure there was like a better method for it, but we were just like manually counting it out in our heads. And it was like super complicated. And we spent, because they came over to help me build my computer, and we spent like 5 hours building this thing. And by the time we got done, it was just so like needlessly complicated to get it up and running that when I got to the screen to set up the WSL, I was just like, yeah, we're just going to call everything Sophia in this computer. And the computer's just been named Sophia since then. Let's see. So this, I think, if I remember right, this needs to match my Docker Hub. And then this we will just call Dino, because that's going to be the domain name we're using. And then what else? Let's go over to GitHub. And I'm going to see if I have a repository for that video that we did the other day. Camel video. Thank God. All right, so we're just going to go plagiarize what I did there. Config and deploy. You could have 2 setups though, Linux for work and Windows for YouTube. Well, the thing is, like, there's some freelancing work I do on this computer, but by and large, I just don't use this computer for like work stuff. So it's not like the biggest deal for me to just have this one set up like this. So this is what I need, because I don't remember this Trafic stuff off the top of my head. So we're just gonna, let's see, we're gonna grab the servers block, web hosts. tab this over, grab our labels right there, registry, get rid of this. Username is Deanin, and then we have the password. Like that. Okay. Then we need the traffic options. Args. Oops. Tab that over. And we want to give it a volume. Like that. Okay, so this should be the app configured-ish. Now we do have to come in and let's change this to Godot-video, and then I have to come over to Docker hub.docker.com. Okay, and then in here, what do we have? We have access tokens that I really should have deleted after the last video, so let's get rid of those. And then I'm going to create a new access token off screen. Name this Godot-video, I guess. Generate, copy, and then I need to come into the env file. And then here, we're going to grab two things. One's going to be this master key. Put this into our Rails master key, and then the other one is going to be this Kamal registry, which I'm going to get from Docker Hub. Paste that in, close it. There we go. Okay, and then I should be good to hopefully use this. Okay, and then let's go ahead and let's try a Kamal setup. I think this is all good, but I should probably go over to Cloudflare as well, because we have to use Cloudflare for the SSL again. Because I don't feel like setting this up. And I also don't know how to set this up with Kamal yet so that it works properly. Dnout, DNS. We want to change this to the IP address of this droplet, not the one from the video. And we leave it proxy because we need the SSL. For this, we have to come into, well, I don't have to come in here because it's already set up. But you want to change your encryption mode to full. Make sure that's set to full. And then you can come over to, I want to say it's like Edge certificates. Go over to Edge certificates. You want to change it to always use HTTPS. And I think that's it. You change it like automatic HTTPS rewrites. Just make sure you have those settings. And then the rest of this should just work. TM. It never just works, but in theory it should. So now if we run this, it'll like connect to the server. It'll check if it has Docker installed. It won't have Docker installed, so that's going to fail. And then it's going to start configuring Docker for us. And this is where this is like a little bit nicer to have than like a Docker container. Although we are using like a Docker file here, don't get me wrong. But it's just really nice to have something where like I don't even have to go in and configure Docker. And that also means when I go to my like DigitalOceans and I like create a droplet, I don't have to come in here. I don't have to choose like the Docker file in the marketplace. I come over here to marketplace and then go over to the Docker because all of that's configured for me, which means that you're not tied to like DigitalOcean for this. It's pretty much any platform that has like a server that you can use, which is why a lot of it is like the, was it like Hetzner or something? Is what a lot of people are advertising for this. Because I guess they're pretty cheap. Excuse me. Now the downside of this is every time I've run this command, something's gone wrong. Because although it's supposed to be completely automated, it turns out that it usually fails somewhere. Last time it just like even during the video it failed with like I had to do an apt update for some reason. That said, it's really nice to have like all of this just kind of work. Okay, so that hopefully will work, and then we can work on the how we do this. Oh, 1 second. Oh my God. It's like week 2 or week 3 of having this cough. Can you share your journey, how you came across Rails and how you got a job? Yeah, so I am a CS graduate. I graduated with a computer science degree from Oakland University. And then when I was in my undergraduate class, it was like I want to say it was my sophomore year. I was in a Java data structures class, and the guy next to me was working on his website. And then while he was like working on his website, which he was doing in like PHP, he's like creating user accounts and like logging in there and doing everything out of Vim or whatever. And I was like, well, that's so cool. This guy is like, hacker man compared to what we were doing in class, where it's like, I don't know, go invert a binary tree or whatever. It looked like he was actually doing something with his degree. So I was like, oh yeah, I want to learn how to do that. So I went home and I was like, okay, but PHP, like surely anyone can just use PHP for this. What's like a really hard thing to learn? Because I was one of those people where my entire value was like in inability to learn the difficult things. So I went to Google, I typed like hard tools to make website. It wasn't like what's the hardest framework, because I didn't even have a concept of a framework at the time. And I came across this like blog post, and it was like this giant spaghetti salad of everything you would need to know to learn Ruby on Rails. And this failed again, and it failed for the apt update, of course. So I was looking at it. It was like, oh, you need to know like CSS and HTML and SQLite and Postgres and MySQL, because it just listed everything. And then like you need to know networking. It basically like a whole CS degree on top of whatever you're learning. And I was like, well, this seems like it's going to be really hard, but yeah, I want to learn how to do it. So I sat down. I tried to learn how to build anything with Rails, really, and even just getting it up and running was a nightmare. Because the first thing I tried was like a Windows installation for Rails, which, if you're not familiar, back in like the Rails 3 to Rails 4 days, was not an ideal way to develop. So I had like I tried to run like a Rails S command and nothing would even start. The server wouldn't start. And then I found like a Mackenzie Child video, which was fantastic. And right around that time, I started like playing around with, let's install Linux on my laptop. So my school laptop, I installed Linux alongside Windows. And then in there, I was like, okay, now I have something that looks kind of like what he has in the videos. And then I started messing with it. And I was following along with his videos, which they were made in that weird space where it's like, Rails 4 just came out. Some of his videos were Rails 3, I think. So the gems he was using, like the Axis votable gems or whatever, they weren't working because every time Rails has like a major update, everything JavaScript related breaks. And I didn't know enough to fix that. So I ended up like, I go through the YouTube comments and I go to like the GitHub page and I just try and find some way to make this work, or try and find some other way to get things working. And I went through, I think like 6 or 7 of his like 12 and 12 challenge before I felt comfortable enough to like start my own project. And then I made my website, my little portfolio website, and I like made some user accounts with Devise, but I didn't have a concept of. I just assumed like if I tell you only an admin can access a page, or what I should say is like if I say to get to this page you have to have a user account. By just like restricting who can click or who can see the links, I was like, yeah, I just won't show anyone the links and then they won't be able to log in. So I didn't check for like permissions or anything to create a blog post. And then my friend who sat next to me, who was using the super easy PHP, it took him like 5 seconds to find a way to create blog posts, because you just go to post/new, like you don't need the link. And then I was like, okay, so I still have a lot to learn. So then I like scrapped that portfolio site. I restarted. I built things properly. I did the checks in the controller, making sure people are authenticated. But yeah, it was a long learning process. And like throughout all of that, because the resources were outdated, that's sort of what caused me to say, hey, maybe I should make my own videos that are like up to date with like Rails 4 at the time, or Rails 5 whenever I started. You never got a degree? I mean, the first job I had was with someone who didn't have like a CS degree, but they were my boss. So like, I don't know, you're not missing much. There's like some theory, which is interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I think you're fine. It's a neat to have, but at the end of the day, it's just a receipt. And if you have the experience, then you're good. What are your thoughts on the junior job market? Yeah, I'm not a Rails developer. Like I do it as a hobby. I run the channel as a hobby. Uh, I can tell you right now, the junior job market in general is not good. For Rails specifically, I think I was complaining about it being not good like 2 years ago, because a lot of it is, even if you look at the listings, it's usually pretty geared towards like senior, like 4-ish years of experience. Was the Linktree clone idea scrapped? No, I was thinking about that like all day today, and I think I want to change a little bit how I'm doing the social icons. So that's going to happen probably tomorrow, because I realized that there's one use case I hadn't considered with how I wanted to build it, which is like if I have 2 different Twitter accounts or 2 different YouTube channels or something, it wouldn't have worked with that idea. So now I'm going to go back and I'm just going to like, I'm going to take a bit to think about it, and then we'll come back to it. But again, the source code, if you want it, is available, and yeah, we'll come back to it. I'd give it like a day or 2, and then I'll probably be back on that one. I just wanted to do this because it seemed like a fun idea. Okay, let me real quick SSH in here and do this apt update so that we can move on with this. Root at here, and then sudo apt update. Hopefully this will work. PHP is similar to Rails. Yeah, that's the problem when you're like a know-it-all in college. You make these broad, sweeping generalizations about other frameworks, and then later on in life, you sit there and you go, why did I think that one of these was vastly superior to the other one, or better, or more difficult, or anything else? I had some growing to do in college, that's for sure. Okay, and then we can do a Kamal setup again. It's just one of those things. You sit there and you're like, oh, I'm going to learn the hardest thing because that'll make me a better developer. And then later you find out that like, dude next to you is working just as hard as you are. He's just working on something different. Just because you read like a blog post off Google that said this is hard to learn, it doesn't make it harder to learn than other things. But that was back when I didn't understand that like anyone can post on the internet too. Like conceptually, I guess you kind of understand it, but in practice, you go to a website and you're like, well, this person's speaking from a place of authority. I mean, I found them on Google. They've got to know what they're talking about. Now I'm like, oh God, I'm the one that you find on Google. I have no idea what I'm talking about. No one knows what they're talking about, because if I'm allowed to post my stuff online and people believe me, then dear Lord. Oh man. But yeah, the junior market right now for Rails is not good. That's why my advice has always been look near you for jobs. Look near you for like what people are hiring, and then stick to that probably, as opposed to going after Rails. You can do Rails for like your business or something, but strictly going for like a Rails position, if you're like just stepping into CS or software, that's going to be hard. And like Ruby on Remote isn't going to be everything. There's still like Indeed, but this right here is going to be pretty similar to what you find on Indeed. Having a bad time looking for a job with 2 years of experience with Rails. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I have almost 500 videos covering Rails. I have what is it? Like how many people follow me on GitHub? 534, which shouldn't matter. But so many of these job applications are like, link your GitHub account, link your LinkedIn, link your whatever, portfolio websites. And then it's like, oh yeah, you don't have enough experience. I'm like, okay, but it was like a lead developer, lead product lead or whatever was my title. I think I have enough experience. But like, okay, I do wonder what your guys' plan is like 2 years from now. Cause like we went from, you're not hiring any junior developers, so everyone's got to be like mid-level, to now you're not hiring any junior developers, so everyone's like senior level. In a couple of years, you're not going to be hiring anyone that's not at least like a staff engineer. And then like, what happens when people start to retire? Where are you going to find more people? But I don't think the companies really care right now, especially with like the entire industry as a whole going a bit more lean. It's probably going to be rough for a year or two. But then also I was looking at like the numbers. I forget who was talking about it, but they said like 130,000 people graduated with a CS degree in like 23, I think. Which is like twice what it was in 2019 or 2018. That's not going to be sustainable long term. Like there was a software developer shortage, sure, but at some point, like you're going to hit that critical mass where you just have too many software developers. All right, what's this thing's problem? Install packages needed for deployment. Segmentation fault. Oh, wonderful. My company actually overhired juniors and give them proper training. Yeah, that's what my first company did. We had like 10 juniors on my team by the time we were like shipping the product, and it wasn't an issue. I started training the juniors after I think one more got hired. So I was like the second person on the team, and we had one other person start. And then for like the next 6, I would just help. And like we went from a point where it took like a couple weeks or probably a month or 2 was the ramp up time. So like maybe a week, and you get them on the first day and you say, here's how you set up your environment. Here's how you push up code. And you just kind of help them, and like they're contributing. Like, sure, you have to look over the code a little bit, but it's not, I'm not sitting there like, oh man, this is such a drain on resources. But unfortunately, that's not going to be everyone's mentality. Okay. Let's see. apt-get no install. Didn't complete. Docker file 44. Dude, this is a mess. Let me look through here and see. I don't think there was anything I changed in here when I did the video. All right. Let's see. I mean, this feels like it should be working. Let me pop back in here. Let's try this again. Give this a try. And then see if this works. This is one of those things where this is where you would really like it if it worked as easily as the people on Reddit claim it works. Because I've seen quite a few posts where people are like, "Oh no, deploying is easy with Rails. You set up Camel and then it just does everything for you." I'm like, dude, we can like say Rails is a good framework to use and it's productive, but not lie to people. Like, set this up, you'll run into some issues. But I'm here to help you is probably the better way to say it. Okay, so this is working. Let me see if. Okay, so Cloudflare's at least switched it over now. I'm assuming, because I don't think my website's down. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me open up another one, and I'll cd into /code YouTube Rails Godot. Oh God, where did I put this? I thought I put it in code. You got a directory here, code Rails. Oh, okay, I see. Let's do this. Where do you work though? What's your day look like? What's the stack? So I'm unemployed right now, but I was a C#.NET developer. It was like a .NET backend with a Vue front end. So I'm doing the job hunting that everyone else is doing as well. So when I say like job market's not great, I'm saying that from a point of personal experience right now. That said, though, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of it just comes down to once you get in the interview, it's not as big of a problem. It's getting through that initial hurdle where you're just getting screened for resume stuff. I think that's what gets a lot of people is just like misformatted resumes. 'Cause at least that's what I see a lot online. Like I see the recruiting subreddits where people are like, "Oh, I've sent my resume out to 1,000 different places," and one of my favorite examples to point to was some poor guy who had like dog walking as one of the skills in the skill section. So like if I go over to the website and I look at my whatever my web resume is here, this is like 4 years old, I think. But like I have the technology strengths right here, right? Or like the core competencies. Just imagine that you like got one of these resumes and like the first line item you saw as like a technical skill was like dog walking. Like that's going to be a hard one to get through some initial screening processes. Oh man. Like it's a combination of things, right? Like you want to say, oh yeah, it's not my fault, but sometimes there are some things where you need to reflect on it. Like in my case, I have my own problems that I have to iron out. Like I think one of the big ones that gets me is just like the fact that I worked at that company for like a year and a half and then I left to go do my freelancing. And realistically, I probably should have stuck around for like another half a year just to like pad out the resume more, but I had to leave for personal reasons at the time. But if I was back in that position, I probably would have just said the personal reasons can happen from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. and I would have just handled it there. But what are you going to do? Okay, so hopefully now I can run this for like the 30th time. And it'll at least get through this step. I really wasn't planning on spending all this time just trying to get Kamal to do its automated process. But what are you going to do? Okay, and then we need to... I put like a button on the screen last time. Let's do that. Button. Yeah, like that. A UI button and then text, I guess. Click me. And then just resize this. Let's do this. Anchor it in the middle. Although it looks like this is working now, so I guess the upgrade was the command I had to run. And then we can attach a script to this somehow. Script. New script. I don't know, like counter.gg or GD. Okay. Now this is the part where I'm gonna have to go cannibalize one of, oh, it failed again. Docker file line 44. Good Lord. Unable to connect to Debian org. Huh. Okay, so let's try and figure out how to fix this then. We'll deal with the Godot stuff after, because this feels like it's gonna be a whole thing. Let's see. We have the Docker file. Line 44. Go ahead. Let's do this. Let's come in here. Change the whole stack from one job to another. What do you mean by that? Like changing tech stacks entirely? Because I did that like at my last job where we switched from like Java, I think it was just Java front end, Java back end to a Vue front end, and then to a Vue front end with a C#.NET back end. But it was like a gradual process of rewriting the application. Okay, I don't know. Do this. Try restarting it. I really have no idea. Yeah, it was like a Spring application that we switched to like we took out the UI first, and then we switched to C# after the UI was like rewritten. And then it was like a larger rewrite from there. But it was pretty much like switching everything over. What time is it in your country? It is 12:39 a.m. So like 40 minutes past midnight. Sorry. Miss working with ASP.NET. Yeah, we used it was .NET 5 at the time. Do you go live daily? Right now, yeah, but I started streaming like 2 days ago, so I don't want to commit to saying I go live daily because I feel like that would be lying to you. Because I've only been streaming for like 2 or 3 days. Okay, let's try this. 0 updates can be applied. No more restart warning. Try it again. See what happens. Okay. And then we can come in here and we can do a CD to code Rails Godot. I don't know why I put it in here, and then I'll CD into demo. And in here, I want to do a scaffold for some pages. I'll give it a home page. Yeah, I'll just leave it as a home page for right now. And then we can come into our config and our routes.rb, and then we can give this a root. So we'll say root should be the pages controller home action. I'll go ahead and run a, do I have to do a bin dev because I'm using Tailwind? I have to install Foreman. This is annoying. The fact that I have to install Foreman every time I do this, and then every time I get a comment from someone that's like, you don't have to do that every time. I'm like, yes, I do. Okay, and then we can come over to localhost port 3000. Run our pending migrations. Action home could not be found in the pages controller. What did I just do? Oh no, did I generate a scaffold? Yeah, I did. Okay. All right, so I'll destroy that scaffold and I'll do a Rails-G controller pages home. And then I can do a bin/dev. I should have realized that because I had the resources at the top, but I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, so there's our home page. This is still going. And then we can stop this. I'll do a scaffold. What do I want to do? Yeah, it's really weird. There's like random things with Rails that are just really, really not good user experience for some reason. But like then there's so much stuff where you're just like, wow, they're leagues and bounds ahead of everyone. But sometimes it's just it's weirdly just like this one specific thing that's bad. It's really strange. I want to do like a dev blog. So let's do like generate a blog. We'll give each do posts. We'll just do a post. We'll give each post a title, a body of type text, something like that. just to like mimic having like a development blog or something for your game. Just playing around, I guess. And then we'll do a bin/dev, and then we can come over here, refresh a couple times, run our migrations. This is still failing. Core dumped. I really have no idea what's going wrong here. SQLite did not complete successfully. libvips. So this looks like stuff that's happening in the Docker file. I don't know how link features are, but I made a DB design that can help. Ooh. It's made on Drizzle, and you convert it to Rails. Well, this is cool. Yeah, I really want to try like setting up a, assuming I can figure out what's wrong with this camel, I want to try setting up something with like Postgres in Camel. Because I've done it before with like a Docker compose file, and then that'd be cool to set something like this up. But yeah, this is, I mean, it's close enough. I could pretty much just read this and just generate the stuff. So this is, I have Docker open, right? Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and just start this Docker file locally, and then we'll just go from there. Docker build, and I don't have an easy SH history. Okay. Surely I have this somewhere. Oh well. Just take it over to ChatGPT. How do I run a Rails 7.1 Docker container in development? Here's the Docker file. Yeah, Camel's like the new thing with Rails, where it's like Capistrano, but it's better. It just automatically deploys everything for you. What you'll notice about that is it's not doing that right now. Okay. It's always my favorite thing is I go to the subreddit and people are like, it just works, TM, and then you try to use it and it doesn't just work. It never just works the way the people on the subreddit tell you it just works. Okay. Oh, but you might not need to pre-compile assets. Okay, so let's just do this. Yeah, I don't want to change this though. Whatever, we'll just do this for a second. This is not necessary. An entry script, that's also not necessary. That's what I was looking for. Okay, Docker build -t. What do I want to do here? I don't know, let's just Godot. Give it a shot. Okay, so yeah, it's trying to do that. So let's just leave it like this. Let's bundle without production. Try this. And then we can actually, let's stop the server for a second, grab this directory. So I don't want to have to tab back and forth. So I'm going to like control, oh, there's an Alt-Shift+. I'll go ahead and update this so it stops bothering me. And then I'll CD into that directory. And then we can do our bin/dev here. Okay, let's do that. Let's clean up some of these ChatGPT chats. Okay. Looks like this is running. Yeah, I really don't know what to do with this Camel thing. Like, I don't know what. Use GPT while developing or while debugging. GPT sucks a lot of times. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what I'm doing. I sort of have I don't know how else to describe it. I have a feel for it where I know the question that I want the answer to is GPT-able. And if I don't have that feeling, I go to Google first. If it's like, this is definitely something, like maybe I'm trying to figure out how to do like this Docker file stuff. I'm pretty confident it knows enough about Docker to give me something that works, and I throw it into GPT. But like 95% of the time, if I'm asking GPT anything, I'm just too lazy to think about the solution for 5 seconds. And then I throw it in there. I'm disappointed with the result. And then I go, fine, I guess I'll think about it. And then I come in here and I change the development word to, or the production to development. Like I knew I should have done in the first place. And then it just, it works as well as if I just let ChatGPT do it. And ChatGPT was right. Docker run -p 1000 GPT-able. Yeah. Okay. What do I call this? Just call it Godot. And then we'll do Godot. Okay, it does that. It starts the server. Oh God, but it's in WSL. Okay, so stop the server. Okay. Gotta go here. Gotta go to the blog post. Here we go. Grab this, put it down here, and then we can come into it's been Docker entry point. We'll just throw a DB prepare here. Get rid of this. Don't tell anyone you saw this. Do our build again. Pure functions, if they need more context, they usually suck. Yeah, it's really weird because it got really good after they added the ability for the ChatGPT to like go out into the web. And the reason why it was good was because I could just like paste in a link and I would say like, read this. After you get done reading this, answer my question. That would work great. Now it feels like even if I give it a link, it sometimes does and sometimes doesn't read the link, and it no longer gives me like a notification saying I read your link. Before it would give me like a little progress bar where it's like I'm searching the web for literally the thing you just linked me. Now it doesn't do that. And I don't know if it's like an illusion of that, but I feel like sometimes that it just lied to me about reading the link and then it doesn't have that context. So then I'll like paste in an entire essay's worth of documentation. And that sometimes works, but then other times it just ignores what I sent it and it gives me like what it thinks I want to hear, which is also annoying for various reasons. But I think that's probably what we're going to see more going forward with these like large language models. I think they're going to plateau at being somewhat helpful and maybe not being like super helpful. Just localhost port 3000. Okay, yeah. So there we go. So now we're doing the Docker container. So this is definitely not the problem. /posts. It's running Rails and Docker. Sure you have Docker installed. Let me just move it over here. So this is Perplexity AI. Yeah, see, like this, I would never get a response, like how to push it up to a registry. The one thing that ChatGPT probably gets better here is the versioning, if I had to guess. Create Docker Compose. And yeah, I don't know what Postgres version we're on. But that's where like having access to the internet can be helpful, but it can also be detrimental. But yeah, I've never even heard of like Perplexity, which I guess is nice that we have so many things coming out where there's always like a new tool right now. Kind of an exciting place to be at. Let me do this. Okay, and then if I stop the server and start it again, we should at least have some sort of persistence here. We do? Okay, good. Also, I really like the like out of the box tailwind they give you now. I just wish that when I did like my dash, what is it? Dash J ESBuild dash C tailwind, that it would come with like the same styling for the application as doing just the dash C for tailwind does. I don't know why, but one gives you like a bunch of styling and the other one just says, I guess you want like bare metal for no reason. Okay, so what I want to do now is figure out what the hell is going on with Kamal. Because it's clearly not Docker that's the issue here. It's running into problems here. So maybe I just SSH in. And then I try it from here. I don't know why this is the hard part. Like the Kamal stuff was supposed to be the 5 seconds up and running part. And then I was supposed to sit here for an hour and make myself look dumb trying to make Godot work. Instead, we're back at something with Rails doesn't work the way it should. News at 11. Run apt get update. Install, no install recommends. Let's try this. You redo something in 5 minutes, it never works. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. It's just a little bit frustrating. I mean, I guess this came out, what, like a couple months ago? Maybe last summer they started working, or they started announcing Maersk stuff. So it's like understandable. It's not there yet. I just wish it was a little bit better than it currently is, I guess. Okay, so that was fine. Error processing package libc bin. So process returned exit status 139. Okay. Why did you create the one-click droplet of DigitalOcean for Rails? I don't know. I just like using the blank template. There, I think I know what you're talking about. With like, in here, there's what is it? This one. But this is already like a minor version out of date because I think we're on Rails 7.1. And every time I've used one of these, it's been like more trouble than it's worth as opposed to just like installing things myself. So in this case, I just went with like a blank Ubuntu OS because I thought it'd be better. Okay. Oh boy. WSL Ubuntu 2304 Lunar. I guess I have a couple choices here. Excuse me. I could arbitrarily run these commands, or I could pray that something went wrong when I set this up and I just restart the droplet. I think I'm going to mess with it a bit, see if any of this fixes it. But I'm probably going to try that at some point and just like recreate the droplet, which I guess is one of the benefits of Kamal, is all of this stuff should in theory be automated. Okay, so we download it. We do this. We do this. Although I guess is this happening in the container? I guess not, because we've already proven the container is working. Okay, let's just run it again. Got nothing else to do. This is the part where when you get into like the video, I'll just have like a throwaway line where I say, you're going to want to do this. Otherwise, something's not going to work. And the reason why I say that is because I spent 6 hours with it not working before I found the one line to fix it. Usually a lot of like swearing and throwing your head into the wall until you get something that works. Okay. All right, so let's try. Yeah, it does seem like it's an Ubuntu issue. Like, I don't know. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to recreate it and we'll see. It's just last time during the video, I had to restart the recording because something similar happened. And then ended up just being, oh, I need to run it like an apt update in between. And that fixed it. But it could just be that like something actually broke. Okay, I need to go look at my video on Godot and Rails. And I need to make sure I mute myself. I really don't want to listen to myself right now. Okay, we'll come in here. Okay. I guess we can just do this real quick. Let's see. Should I try to spend a whole day trying to make the device sign in work on request specs so I get it? Oh my God, my condolences. End up using something like Elastic Beanstalk just to avoid manual deployment when I work with Laravel. Yeah, this is still not working. I really, really wish this was as refined as people claim it was. Like, there was something inherently nice about it comes with Docker droplets where I could just throw a Docker file on there and just run the Docker file, and that's pretty much it. As opposed to this, where it feels like I'm just constantly throwing my head against it, and like every time there's something new that's wrong. All right, Ubuntu 20. Let's go with 2204 LTS, and then regular $6 a month. Do this one. Godot-demo. Create droplet. Okay, and then while that's running, we can come back over here and we can see how I did this. So I click on the button, I guess. In the node. And then it looks like I did it on button pressed, or on button up. Button up, connect it. That gives us the function. And then in here, we can do whatever we need to. The nice thing about this GD script stuff is it's basically just Python. Okay, plus equals 1. And then var num times equals time, because we don't have our own pluralize method here. Counter greater than 1. And then we do num times plus equals s. And then we can set the button text somehow. So self.text is equal to you clicked the button plus string num times, or counter plus num times. Okay. Is this right? Or why is it upset? Counter needs to be defined. Bar counter. That? Okay. There we go. Something I like about Next.js, the deployment is for no-brainer people. The more I hear about Next.js, the more I want to try it. Because that is definitely something that's appealing to me. One of the things that like initially sold me on React was like throwing it onto a GitHub Pages site was like 3 commands you had to run. And coming from like Rails land where everything is just whatever's happening right now with DigitalOcean, it was really appealing to me. Okay, so let's copy this. Copy this IP address. Come into VS Code. The nice thing is with Camel, assuming the DigitalOcean part works, or the Ubuntu part works, whatever the problem is, you just come in here, you change the host, and you're pretty much done. Of course, you got to come over here and you have to change it in your DNS as well. Like that. But now I should be able to just do a Camel setup and we can see what that does. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, so let's come over here again. Because I need to figure out how to do the building. So yeah, we'll just say, I don't know, default scene. Press play. Select current. Hopefully something will pop up. There it is. Click the button X times. I need a space between button and the number, but the rest of this seems fine. So that's good. Now, editor. And then manage export templates. Download and install. I will give this a minute. Hopefully this works. Okay, let's close this. Great, so now we're just sitting here waiting for multiple downloads to happen instead of just one. Will this be posted when you're done? Yeah, this should be, I'm still trying to figure out how to do it. I'm probably going to keep all the VODs up on the YouTube channel since I'm multi-streaming. And then you can just go over to like the, you can go over to the channel and go to the live tab right here. And you should be able to just click on these. But also, depending on like what we're doing, I might take it and convert it into a like video itself. This is still not working. Try running apt-get update or try with fix missing. Okay, so now let's. Oh boy. Okay. PWD. Although I think this is good. This might be what we need to see. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to open up another tab. CD to that directory. I'm going to do a SSH root at, and then our IP address. Because this over here is completely broke. I don't know why it can't. This is where using the Windows terminal is a questionable decision on my part. Let's come over here. Okay, so in here, I want to run a sudo apt update. And then, what was the other one? It's like fix missing or something. Try with fix missing. I mean, we'll just try this. This seems fine. And then we'll try to do a camel setup. Isn't the play to throw camel away and try this? Yeah, it is very tempting to just use the one-click deploy, because this is starting to get on my nerves. I'd really like to get this working though, because everyone is like encouraging people to use camel. So I'd like to at least see that there's a reason why we're doing that. I mean, the other option is like I just don't choose the Ubuntu instance and I go to some other OS. I'm stressed and I'm in my chair not even coding. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the fun, right? Every day you get a new puzzle in front of you. So I like to think of like programming or software development as like playing a old school adventure game from like the 90s, where you have like these incredibly intense lows where you're trying to figure out how to like unlock a door or something. And then you end up using like, I don't know, the dog hair that you found on the side of the road in the game on the door. And for some reason that unlocks the door. And you have like this huge high where like, yeah, I did it. That's what programming feels like to me, where you just try everything until eventually like the dog hair gets rubbed on the door the right way. And then the door opens. And then you're like, oh, okay, that's what I had to do. But in this case, it's like I just try running random commands on a random server until it works. Where else are you streaming to? I'm live on Twitch as well. I'm using like the free version of Restream.io. So there's only 2 platforms I can stream to, but I guess there's only really 2 platforms I would want to stream to. Install packages needed for deployment. Okay. What was that fix missing command? Let me see. Apt update fix missing. I'm streaming to Twitch as well. Okay. So I still can't do this. I'm gonna close this one, and then I'm gonna do Alt Shift plus again. PWD. I'll come over here. Struggling to find a Rails job. Hope the market gets better. Yeah, I mean, I think it was probably a good sign that NVIDIA did well today. Hopefully, tech companies stop getting spooked and they start like hiring again. But I'm a little bit afraid that they're going through the same thing manufacturing went through a little while ago, where everything just becomes lean. In some regards, like I understand it. There was a lot of not work happening. You can still find a lot of evidence of that, even on YouTube, of people who maybe were doing things that was not what they were being paid to do while they were at work. But also, like, I just think it was overhiring during COVID. I don't think they necessarily need to shrink beyond where they were. Like, I don't think it's necessarily correct to say we got to like contract to our 2017 numbers for however a company was running. So maybe it picks up again, but then you also have companies that are like talking about doing more layoffs later this year, and you're just like, geez, can we stop already? Okay, so I want to SSH in again, and then I want to run whatever command it gave me. apt-get fix missing. See, is this light and friendly version of commands like reconfigure all? Oops, and then we want to do this. Still not working. Oh, oops. I mean, this is what I tried last time though, and this still wasn't. It still wasn't happy, and I don't know what's changed since the video I did 6 days ago and now that would cause this to not work. There's got to be something. Okay. Download the build tools. We close it. Go over to project. Export. Makes sense. And we want to export web. Web is not currently supported in C#/.NET. Use a non-C# editor to export the project. Okay. So here I had the option to just click export project. So this is where we're running into some issues. Save. Install the package, I guess. Python on Pails. Oh my. This feels like the type of thing I would I would post. I think I literally at one point ran out of ideas to the point where I made a video about running Rails in Rails. So it was like a Rails app where you could spin up other Rails apps by starting Docker containers in the Rails app. So it was almost like a mini hosting service. What is the need for Apache? Sure, I guess. Do we restart now? Maybe. New to Rails. Curious how quickly tools, frameworks, gems update, change, and are no longer compatible. I feel like it's pretty good. However, with a lot of frameworks, Rails suffers from this a lot. The videos from like a year and a half ago probably are still going to be in a state where they just don't work because some of them are like using, js.erbs or whatever the tutorial meta was at the time. Because like the change from Rails 6 to Rails 7 changed a lot, and the change from Rails 7 to 7.1 with like the Docker file updates also changed quite a bit. In general, it's usually okay, but there's almost always something that causes the tutorial resource to be out of date. That said, like a lot of the gems that were used in like Rails 4 still work, but there's also the ones that aren't maintained, and there might be alternatives or different ways to do things. React has backwards compatibility with 100% of the old versions. Dude, I wish. Rails doesn't even have backwards compatibility with the last old version. The upgrade process isn't too bad from what I can tell, but I'm gonna go learn from an old resource is not a fun time. So is this like maybe this is the wrong Godot? Oops, I don't need to add a cube. I just need to Godot download. Maybe I grab like the C# version instead of, maybe I needed this one. Yeah, maybe, because this one's just the Godot, but the other one's the Godot engine. So let's try that. Let's close this, open up the Godot windows. Copy this and move it to here. Godot stable windows, mono, extract all, extract this. Okay, and then we got a Godot stable WinX, your exe. Use a gem to separate logic from controllers. Not really. Most of the time I just, if I'm making an app where I actually care, which isn't usually like my speedrun applications, it's more like the stuff I do privately. I just, if it feels like it shouldn't go in my controller, but I don't want it in like a model, I just make like a services folder or something and I just throw the logic in there. Because like at the end of the day, I'm a pretty big believer in it's all just Ruby code at the end of the day. So your conventions are great, but I don't care. So I'll just throw it in like some folder and call it a day. Export web. No export template found at the expected path. Do I have to manage export templates again and download and install? Other installed versions. I guess I could have just clicked on that probably, right? Okay, and then let's Kamal set up again. You have a video with that? Probably. Let me see. Rails services folder. I feel like I made a video where I went on a tirade about this. But I guess not. I usually throw everything in the same folder or even the same file and later some junior gives it structure. Yeah, that's I hate to say it, but if you get a motivated junior, they'll run circles around you. Like, yeah, your code's a mess. I cleaned it up. It's okay though. And then you just got to look at it and you're like, oh yeah, well, I would have done it a little differently, but I guess we can let this one slide. And then on the inside, you're like, oh, thank God I didn't have to do that. See, it was one of those things where I would like joke about being frustrated by it, but internally, I would always enjoy, because it felt like I was contributing if I went in and I like cleaned those things up. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter, but for me personally, I was like, yeah, I'm him. I'm the guy that goes in and cleans up the code base. Okay, so I guess, is this good now? Close. Export. Okay, cool. So now we have a web export project button. That's something. Probably. Oh my God, this still is totally broke. Okay. Oh, you know what that means? Let's try a different operating system. Okay, create a new droplet. New York. Really don't care. Let's do a... Let's go with sent. Bring back the good old days from when I had to use this. All right, let's see. I'm gonna do this and then dash demo again. Eventually, one of these is going to work. I click to export project, and I export it to here, and I'm going to call this, I don't know, what do I want to call this? Let's just say Godot.html. Okay. So then if I come into wherever that exported to, here, here. Okay, are all these other files a part of this export? Let me make a new file in here, new folder. I don't know, I'll call this like Rails export. Okay. Save it in there, and then let's refresh. Yeah, okay, so all these files are what we have to drag into the Rails app then. And if I open up this, what happens? Following features required to run Godot projects on the web are missing. Okay, so let's grab this Rails export and let's drag it into our public folder. Right here. Drag it into here. Rename it to game. We'll come over here. Unable to resolve non-existent file Rails export. Hopefully I didn't just restart it too fast. Okay, and let's do a bin slash dev first. Go over to localhost port 3000. And then it's going to be what? Like /assets/game/ Godot.html. Oh, it's not /assets. Would it just be /game? Okay. Send correct headers. Okay. So we at least have it showing up here. Let's come over here. Hopefully this is done now. Copy our new IP for like the 30th time. Over to Cloudflare. I don't even know why I'm changing the domain each time, because like we're not even getting to a point where we're deploying this. All right, Kamal setup. So how my commits usually look. I don't know what I did. Yeah, I mean, you've seen how I do my GitHub issues. My commits aren't far off a lot of times. That's half the fun though. Okay, so this, I don't know what this means. Settings page of your game. You need to check shared array buffer. Okay. Lucky I pushed it to the dev branch. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, sometimes you got to push small commits to the main branch just to keep people on their toes, make sure they don't get rusty. We have to send these headers. So how do I send these headers for the Godot project? Okay, where's my local host? Oh, I have to bin/dev. Yeah, the 10K plus changes are always so much fun to see. Nothing gives me joy like a good old commit that has touched every corner of the code base. Is it /game/Godot.html? Check the web server and then shared array buffer. Well, time to see what ChatGPT has to say. How make these enabled in Rails? Question mark. Okay, it's still blowing up. This is so strange. I don't root at and then our IP. Okay. One failed login since the last successful login. Apt. What is apt? Update. -- fix -- missing. What am I doing? That's actually a good point. Let me see. Fix, maybe run apt update. File. Version 3.2. Yeah, so this is actually apt update -qq apt get install recommends curl lib SQLite libvips. So this is a Docker issue then. Am I just incapable of reading? What did I do in the Camel video Docker file? I don't think I changed the Docker file. Using 3.2, workdir is Rails, Rails env. Let's change this. Let's comment this out. Do this. Paces build. I didn't change this because we didn't. Python is Python 3. Huh. You have to go through the project to help me out with the implementation real quick. Sure. Oh my God, this is like an actual README. You've already got any sort of any expectations I had have already been exceeded by the fact that this is like a proper README. Go through the project 2. That's the circuit verse form revamp. Rails, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Project aims to improve the circuit verse forum. Currently, we're using Simple Discussion Gem to manage the forum. Simple Discussion Gem. Let's see. What is the Simple Discussion Gem? This sounds familiar. Oh, hey, it's from Chris. Extracting the Go Rails forum. I think I looked at this at one point, but I ended up going with there's some other forum gem that I went with. Goals for this project: introduce topic search. Facilitate end users searching topics by keywords. Markdown support. Support to remove topics from UI. Interesting. This is so much. I appreciate the fact that this is only a medium difficulty with almost 200 hours put into it. To do the implementation real quick. Go through the project 2. How do I get to the actual project 2 source then? Good Lord. Okay. Let me do this. It's like a topic search part mostly. Do they want full-fledged search feature to Stack Overflow? Let me see. Facilitate end users in searching topics by keywords, allowing seamless navigation to relevant discussions. Keywords. Enhancement aims to simplify the process for end users to find solutions to problems by locating previous discussions on similar topics. It does seem almost like it's similar to like a Stack Overflow type search, some kind of topic search. Yeah, so I don't know, because this could be, I mean, this right here alone, this could be really involved. Because it's probably going to be some kind of weighting algorithm that you got to do to, to make sure that like you're returning things that are weighted appropriately for the search. I don't know how much I can like help, but there was that one gem that I found I guess it depends on like what version they're looking for. But there was that one was it hot wire combo box gem? If you were to combine that with some kind of like Elasticsearch, you'd probably get pretty close to like a YouTube style autocomplete search bar. And then assuming you have the proper weights, you'd probably be able to get pretty close to like a Stack Overflow style search result pretty quickly. I'm like hand waving a lot of the it needs an actual algorithm details, but yeah. Well, I'm not like we had a search product at the company I worked at, but I never really touched it. Moderation thingy in forum. It's support to remove topics from UI, moderators only. That seems pretty explanatory. Spam message removal. Implement a system to filter and delete spam discussion topics created by users, including instances created solely for testing purposes. Can hear a more relevant discussion. The use of inappropriate language or hate speech by implementing a filter, sharing a more positive and respectful communication environment. Check out language filter, profanity filter, gem. Page. Oh my God. 9 years since the last update. Okay. Language filter. What about profanity filter? Is that a newer one? 5 years ago. Fantastic. Profanity count. This feels like it would be I don't know how effective something like this would be. You might be able to like could use OpenAI's moderation API. It's free. Yeah, something like that might make sense. The concern is always, well, I guess there's like a couple concerns with like profanity filtering. It's always do you automatically filter it? Probably not. So you probably want to like flag it, maybe like hide it and flag it for review or something. You want to also be careful that you're not filtering someone's name if they have like if part of their name is a swear word, for example. There's a couple like popular examples there where like the spelling of the name. It might not even sound like a swear word, but just like the interior of the name could realistically be a swear word, and it causes them to not be able to like even create an account with their name. So I don't know how you would handle that. It sounds like it's only for like posts, and you probably, I mean, you could probably like do some basic filtering there, but I don't know how advanced you get before you start just like inconveniencing the users. Yeah, I don't know how good OpenAI's moderation is. The other thing you could look at is just like, because it's using Rails, you get to the model and then you just have like a list of reserved words. Those reserved words are whatever the big bad swear index is, and you just make sure that it doesn't contain those, which is similar to what we did, or I guess I should say what I did in the Linktree project. Elasticsearch is the feature to create ML moderations models to implement real-time flagging. Honestly, I feel like I need to learn Elasticsearch at one point, because it's just, it feels like it's everything that I always think is super hard to do. There's just a Elasticsearch feature that does it. But like in the Linktree demo, if I go into the app models, is it the user model? Right here. So like in this app, you have the ability to create user accounts. And I didn't want users to be able to create a user account where their username is one of the routes. So like we have the /admin route, we have the /analytics route. So I've made a list of reserved words. This is like, it's not the right place to put it. You probably wouldn't just want to throw this in your model or whatever. I create like a list of reserved words for admin, analytics, appearance settings, up, because now in Rails 7.1, they have the up route to check if the container is healthy or whatever. Users, because of devise, we need to make sure that's good, health, and Rails. I add those reserved words, and I just make sure the username doesn't include those. You could probably do something similar. You just make sure the message doesn't include those. I don't know how effective that would be, if that's the right way to do it. But like some kind of validator that just says like, hey man, you can't type that here. But then I don't know if they would want something where it gives the user feedback saying you can't do that, because that might just encourage the user to keep trying to swear until they eventually find the closest thing to the swear word they were looking for that your filter's not catching. So yeah, you might want to just like do some kind of moderation tool as opposed to this. Yeah, the product we had at work used Elasticsearch, and it felt like it was a very small application that did a lot. And I think a lot of that came from like Elasticsearch just doing the heavy lifting. Okay. Yeah, I assume something like OpenAI is probably the way to go. Okay, so what if I grab the, now that I've had a chance to think about this, what if I just grab this Docker file, which has different stuff in it, and then I put this stuff into here, because this one's grabbing Python as Python 3. What could have changed between the different versions? This is line 21. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab all of this, paste it in here, and then I'm going to try to run this camel stuff again. Camel setup. Okay, I'll just try this. We'll see what happens. Failed to compute cache key. Or unlock not found. Okay, do I just... Okay, let me think. We could maybe I follow the setup I used in that video. Did I use the Tailwind or did I use the ES build? Let me see. YouTube, Kamal. Oh, wait. I don't have to do this. I can come over here. What am I doing? I'm already in the repository. I'll come in here to the proc file. Yeah, so maybe I try this with ES build. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. So I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to grab this, and then I'm going to grab, what is it? Deploy. Yep, that one. And in here, we have this IP. Okay, and then I'm going to CD out of here. We're going to do this. We're going to do Rails new demo -j ES build -c Tailwind. And then we're going to do it like this. So I'm wondering if whatever it's grabbing for this Docker file, if something's just not working out of the box. Which isn't really a good excuse. It should be working, but I'm at such a loss to how to even like start to resolve this. And like the whole point was to do it with Kamal. So really like to find a way to make it work. This is just a little bit frustrating. Okay, and we'll CD into our demo. We'll do the scaffold that we had for a post, like that. Then we'll do the controller we had for our pages, like that. And then we'll do our gem install foreman because it's going to be upset if we try to bin/dev. And then we'll bin/dev. Okay, and then we can come over to localhost port 3000 again. We can go over to /pages/home. That works, except now we lost all of our styling, which is unfortunate. Do this, and then we should be good to come over to our root. I can come into the env. Oh, I have to do the Kamal init. Kamal init. I can undo my env file changes, and I just have to copy the master key over. Okay, and now we're basically back to where we were. If I undo this, we're good, and then I can close the Docker file. Okay, Kamal setup. Please, I'm begging. You're supposed to be automated. So automate, please. Okay, and then we still need to figure out the header problem. Don't even know where to start there. Okay. Okay, bundle. Oh, we don't have to bundle add it. We just have to come into our gem file. Is the cores gem not in here anymore? Huh. Okay, well, let's give this a shot. I don't know if this is going to work. Save this. Bundle. Come into our config, initializers. What is this thing's problem? Oh, there we go. Okay, bundle, install that, config, initializers. Let's create a new file. Is this like cores.rb? I always forget what this is called. Environment production.rb. Let's just do a cores.rb. I don't know what this is on about, and we'll copy this. Paste this. Okay. It gives us these. I don't think we need this, but whatever. Python is Python 3. Did not complete successfully. Exit code 100. Okay. If it's okay, what is what did I break? Combo box video. Docker file. GYP. Yeah, so this is adding what the other one is. Oh no. We can figure it out. It's okay. I'm slowly this is what I mean by these videos sometimes take me hours to figure out how to do, because it just it just be like that. Build essential curl git libvips. Let's see. Install, no install recommends. Okay. No install recommends. Exit code 100. Really? Is that what the issue is? There's no way this is the problem. apt-get install -y. Oh, it's got the -y. $5 on your Patreon right now if you use the one clicker. Okay, so here's the problem. I could get this working using a one-click install. But I'd like to be able to show people how to use Camel, which unfortunately means that I have to do the suffering so that they can have Camel work. Camel setup. You're masochistic. Yeah, I'm working on a Rails project at like 2 in the morning. I'm a little bit masochistic. But hey, it'll hopefully help people. Or it won't, and I've just wasted my time. Trying to unpack in the same destination. So I don't know if this is going to work, but I did find a result that said it could potentially be the WSL instance that's upset. Okay, see, we got a different error here, which means it might actually, if this is the problem, I'm going to have so much egg on my face for telling people that WSL is okay to work with now. And I'm also going to have egg on my face for making fun of Camel because it's probably just going to be my own fault. Oh, geez. So yeah, what I found was this Stack Overflow answer. Where they were talking about doing like apt-get or doing like apt transport, blah, blah, blah. But then I found something in here. Where was it? Right here. In my case, the clock was out of sync due to this WSL issue, and running sudo hwclock-s and WSL2 fixed it for all Docker builds since I'm running Docker and WSL2. Told me yesterday WSL was a scam. No, was a thing. Now I feel scam. Yeah. Again, it's good until it's not. There's a reason probably that no one has used it to deploy anything. And this is probably why. Now I don't want to just like say that because it still hasn't finished doing this camel setup. This wonderful one-click deploy where it just does everything for you. I don't know why you're complaining about deploying in Rails. It still hasn't finished. But if it does finish, then it was probably a WSL and classic issue. I mean, there's so many things with it where the WSL ecosystem is not great. Okay, see, it's still failing. Docker file 57. So that wasn't it. I forget what issue I used to have, but there was a point where every video, like before I recorded every video, I had to do like 10 minutes of setup just to get it to run. It might have been I had the directory I was working out of was in my Windows file system, which caused it to run so slow. And then eventually I found out that like you have to, instead of doing it in your Windows file system, you have to like step all the way out and avoid your Windows file system altogether. Because if you put it in like the same location, like if I go into, let me just open up a new one. If I go into like cd/mnt/c in here, which is like my actual like Windows file system, that file system reads way slower than the Linux file system, which means when you try to run like a Rails new command in here, it literally took me like 15 minutes until I found some article somewhere where someone was like, yeah, do it in like the Linux file system. So before that, I would do like these videos where I'd do the Rails tutorials. I'd run the Rails new command and I'd edit out like a 10-minute section just running one command, or it'd get stuck creating a scaffold because it was generating too many files. Why don't you try GitHub workflow and running Camel from that to avoid WSL? I mean, that could be it. I mean, I don't know. Let me go through here and I'll see. I'll give this a shot and we'll see if this works. Put this in here. Oh, it's okay. I have no idea what I'm talking about like 90% of the time. Camel setup again. I wish it would cache more of these steps. That'd be nice. The worst part is I did all of this. It's still running into the same issues. And now I've lost my Tailwind styling. So now we got this lovely default no Tailwind class styling going on for our posts. And I have to drag the Godot stuff back in. Okay, so let's put our rack cores back in here. New file here, cores.rb. Deploy to prod, lose your styles. Yeah. Okay, let's go over here and let's try this for. Okay, let's try this. SSH root at 104. Do I have this one? Oh, right, because yep, okay. Oh, DigitalOcean must love me. Okay, let's do this. Please, Sam, save me. Oh, he's doing like the CI/CD stuff. Let's do this. Let's change here. General purpose. $6 a month. Select the SSH key again. Dash demo. Create droplet. Okay, and then this person thinks I should do a apt get clean and then the update. They have a error here. Exit code 100. This is a Godot stream, by the way. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't put like Godot as the category. I just put Rails and Godot strategically. Although I did think, to be fair, I thought the Godot stuff would be the stuff that causes the hang up. Maybe I got to change the title to failing to host a Godot stream. Or Godot app. Okay, let's come over here. Let's change this again. SSH into this IP address. Please. Okay, we'll just give it a minute. There we go. Okay. So this guy ran into an exit code 100. It's told to run this command, which is apt get clean, apt get update. Because I didn't do the clean last time. I just did the update. Okay, exit out of here. Camel setup. It's not going to find Docker, so it's got to install Docker, and then we go through all this again. Curl exit status. Okay. Do like a reboot if this doesn't, if it's not happy. going to be so happy when this finally works. It's the only thing keeping me going. It's the prospect of a very, very simple task finally working. Okay, well, we got that, but we got to figure out the Godot stuff anyway. So I'm going to grab the Godot game again. Here, I'm going to call this, I'm actually going to go back and rename this. I'm going to call this game. I'm going to drag this over to public. And then we'll come over here. Go to /game/Godot.html. Running into these issues, we'll stop the server, run a bundle, bin/dev with the cores file, right? Config initializers cores.rb. It doesn't have anything in it. Let's copy this, paste it in, save it, run the bin/dev, and then get yelled at because whatever we got here isn't working. Define method config, because it wants to put this in the production file, right? So let me deal with this in a second. Then we'll come into the environments, production.rb, and what's to put that in here. Like that. Save this, stop the server. But we also want to put this in the development.rb because we want to test it, right? Save bin/dev. Initialize constant rack middleware name. Okay, let's look at cores, or I guess Rails, adding headers in development config. Dockerfile line 59. So now it's getting down here, as opposed to breaking up here. Remember the link I sent you yesterday to see the link tree UI? Well, I made it next to JS. Took me 5 minutes to deploy. Yeah, and then Rails' whole shtick is like the productivity framework. We're in danger. Okay. Oh, all right. Push it up there. This would be so much easier if I wasn't so stubborn. Okay, let's come into here. We don't need this yet. That's just adding more problems. And then in our development, or cores. What is the cores.rb initializer? Okay, so we need rails.application.config, middleware insert before 0. Allow everything, that's fine. And we'll just do the same thing here, I guess. Like that. Bin/dev. Yeah, it's just not happy about this. So this is not the way to go. Unless this is also not happy, but this should work, right? Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Rails custom header for public page. It's a limitation. You can set any header you want, and the correct place to do it is config public file server. Okay. Config.public file server dot headers. Oops. Like this, question mark. Well, and the funniest part is what often happens. You sit here and you get so in the weeds making these videos that eventually you get something that works. And then you're so excited because that thing you did that works finally worked. And then you jump the gun and you make the video on it. And then like later, when you get those angry comments from people, it sort of clicks that like if you had spent 5 extra minutes, you would have seen like, yes, having the solution is great, but it would have been so much smarter to just like refactor it and go put it somewhere else. And that's where the people usually get you, because like your solution is okay, but then they see your solution and then they're like, oh, well, if you're doing that, you should have just done this to begin with. And then you like try that and you're like, oh, I'm an idiot. I see. Okay. So that's good. Let's come over to localhost port 3000 and go to here, and then we can go to /game/godot.html. Shared array buffer. Cross origin isolation. Okay, so we need a cross origin isolation header. Cross origin opener policy. Cross origin isolated. Let's try. Oh wait, I can't even try this because this wouldn't work. Right, because that's going to be make sure. I see. Okay, so good news. The Godot issue is a Brave issue. I was trying to fix this from the from the app. It's just Brave isn't working again. So we'll just test this with Edge. Sorry, I almost threw up in my mouth there. And then we'll go from there. Love your channel, Deanin. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, right now, I'm just making a mockery of myself, but hopefully we can do stuff. So yeah, we have the Godot app working in the Rails app. So that's good. So now it's really just a matter of getting Camel to work. Unfortunately, here, it's not going to persist. But it's at least something, right? Like we have the game engine working. That was the first thing we wanted to do. Yeah, this right here is exactly how I feel right now. It'd be really nice to have one of those AI assistants that like reads through your code base. Wait, actually, I should test this because there's a good chance, again, that we can skip a lot of this if we do if we get rid of this. And then we come in here, we get rid of this. And then we do a bundle install. We do a bin/dev. We come into Edge again. Over here. Yeah, okay. So we didn't need any of that. I should stop closing Edge though, because that's where we're going to be testing this. Okay. One of the problems down. Now for the problem that I really don't know how to go about even approaching. Or come over here. We'll see what. I don't. It's interesting. I've had quite a few people ask about Next.js, but they're almost always asking like, can you put Next.js into Rails or something to that effect? And I don't. Maybe I don't know why you would do that. But it's more likely people probably wouldn't watch it just because it's not Rails related. Yeah, I'm the Rails guy. Like, that said, I do like trying those types of videos every once in a while just to see like maybe there's some kind of overlap there. So I'd definitely be open to trying it. I just have to learn Next.js. Review the base image. Maybe there was an update. Likely involves some trial and error to pinpoint the exact cause. You're not kidding. All right. Let's see. Do. Okay, let's come over here. Docker, Ruby, Slim. I mean, we could try. Sure, the Ruby version matches the Ruby version in there. Might as well. See, I wonder if there was some kind of something must have changed. Someone broke something. Oh. Hello, Andreas. I hope you're doing well tonight or today, depending on where you are. Rails-inspired meta framework built on top of Next.js. This is cool. Picks up where Next.js left off, providing battle-tested libraries and conventions. The idea-inspired TRPC and React server actions. Code scaffolding. I love code scaffolding. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really in a position to say anything's like alive or dead. I mean, let me just do one of my favorite hobbies while this runs. We'll go over to Google Trends. I got absolutely roasted for doing this in a video at one point, but let's take a look at Ruby on Rails. Right? And then let's compare this to, I don't know. Oh my God. Yeah, and like it's pretty evident, I would argue, that more people use React than Rails. But man, they were not happy with me saying that because like, oh no, Rails is used on all these places. I'm like, dude, just go look at Indeed. It's okay. You're not like, you got to address the elephant in the room. And since then, like there's been improvements, but yeah, Rails is used by GitHub and Shopify is basically what the argument boils down to. Your Ruby version is 3.3, but your gem file specified 3.2. Okay, so you can't do anything, but you're capable of correcting me. Well, thank you. Wish you could like correct me sooner in the process. If there's something that obviously wrong, maybe tell me that before I start messing around with stuff. Okay, let's close that. Oh. So error messages remind me of C++ error messages. Yeah, because it's like it's literally we're at segmentation fault like areas right now, which something's broke. That's why it does make sense that it would be like operating system related. But at this point, like I'm at such a loss for what it could be that I'm changing the Ruby version just to see if that does anything. Yeah, exactly. Let me just run the script for like 5 minutes. Oh wait, actually, way back at step 1, you were wrong. You shouldn't have done that. I guess it makes sense. Like it's not going to know that until it tries to do the Docker file, I guess, and it tries to run it or whatever. It is wild though, because again, this video I made, I did the exact same thing, and like it's just a deploy file. This is 32 lines of code. The video I posted on Kamal, Deanin, it was like 4 days ago. It worked 4 days ago, and since then, something broke so hard that takes you like 3 hours to fix it. And then people wonder why junior developers feel like it never works for them when they try it. Yeah, actually, it turns out that sometimes things actually just don't work. And it's not their fault. It's just the way of the ecosystem, because you have so many dependencies being pulled in. It just takes one of them being messed with to break everything. This is usually the part where when I'm like doing this, I just open up like Crunchyroll while I'm doing this, or I go watch like a Twitch stream. And I just sit there for hours on end, just running over and over and over again until eventually something works. Which is funny because I had this comment like a couple months ago from someone who was like, why do you make these short videos? They aren't informative. Literally all you would have to do is make like 1 4-hour long tutorial and just upload that on whatever it was. It was like drag and drop in Rails or something, and just actually explain everything. And it'd be so much better. And I was like, dude, what do you mean only make like I make a 20-minute video and it takes me like 5 hours to do this. You're asking me to spend like weeks on a video. Like, come on, man. It's free. What do you want from me? Yeah, the problem with the dry runs is just like, did you hear about the everything package that broke NPM? That sounds familiar, but I don't recall. Everything package, NPM. Literally installed every NPM package on your... Oh my god. That is evil. I don't think we've made it to step 30 so far. Was this actually just a problem with the Ruby 3.2 build? Where's my Docker file? Like, was changing this to 3.3 the solution? There's no way, right? Now I sit here and I get my hopes up just in time for them to be dashed. I did hear about that one package probably like a year ago. Or not really a package, but it was like a script that was running that was just like continuously installing, I think it was Vite, or maybe it was Vue. But Evan, the creator of Vue, was like tweeting about it, where he's like, dude, I've had like 5 million more installs this week than I usually do. And he only had like an average of maybe 1 million or 2. He's like, it was like 2 or 3 times the traffic. And it was just someone who was just like continually downloading the tool for some reason. It was some server or something. How much longer are you going to be suffering with Kamal because I'm about to order pizza? I don't know. Like it's at step 31. I feel like we've always failed at 24. So I might be close to the end of this portion of the suffering and moving on to some other suffering. But then also this could just fail right here and cause me to go cry in the corner. I'm really not sure. Yeah, I'm ordering pizza then. Install. I actually had pizza earlier. It was I guess it was leftover pizza, but it was leftover homemade buffalo chicken pizza. It's really good. We're actually installing gems now. This is so exciting. And the best part is this means it wasn't my fault. Probably. And it also means it wasn't WSL's fault. So I was needlessly harsh on it. But I'm still going to blame Kamal because it should be able to fix this somehow. I was promised complete automation. There was a step here where it wasn't complete automation. It couldn't fix this. How dare. Only problem with ordering pizza this time is I live in Costa Rica and the delivery guy will most likely beat me up. Yeah, I mean, one of my friends ordered DoorDash during like a small blizzard a couple weeks ago, month or 2 ago. You got like 6 or 7 inches of snow. Like Blizzard is probably overselling it. But the guy showed up and then my friend was like, yeah, I only had like $5 to tip him. And then he got roasted in the Discord call because made the guy drive out in like the worst weather imaginable and then didn't even have enough money to tip him. Or I guess to tip him a fair amount. And this is taking a while. This was the other thing that I mentioned in the video, but I didn't really talk about, was like there is literally the first install, probably a 10 to 20 minute wait when it fully goes through the installation process. After that, it's fine. But that first install it's a big one. The one thing I do like about this is that it like configures a lot of the server for people, which is usually the part where people run into problems. Oops. I gotta make sure I keep Edge open. So let's go over to localhost /game. what I'd like to do at one point is to go through and make some kind of like procedural terrain engine in Godot, because that's usually how I learn like new game frameworks. That was what I started with at Unity and what I started with in Unreal. So it'd be nice to learn it here too. At this point, I'm convinced it's easier to deploy using K8 than Kamal. Yeah. It's supposed to be. You just run the setup command and it works. It looks like the issue was that the 3.2 image of Ruby was broken, which means it's probably more accurate to say it's easier to deploy to a OS that gets, or like a language that gets tested. I don't know. Like something here in this image was broken, or in this OS that it was using was broken. Yeah, I don't know. Because I swear this was what, I'm going to go over to GitHub. I swear I used 3.2 4 days ago. And it broke between then and now. Camel video. Docker file. 3.2. So yeah, something between then and now caused whatever was happening to break. But then to be fair, when I did this a couple days ago, I had to manually run an apt update on the actual server because one of the steps before it got to Docker was breaking. So you really can't win. This is an agonizingly long process, though. You can also try Fly.io. Yeah, I actually did a video on Fly.io a while ago. I think it was around the time that Heroku like decided that they were going to remove their free tier. And I liked it. It's just the problem with, maybe a little bit controversial, but one of my issues with Rails is usually we don't go with the best solution. We go with what DHH is currently talking about, which, I mean, to be fair, he made the framework, but like there's times where I'm like, we got this shiny solution over here. It's pretty good. And then everyone's like, no, we can't do that. So like right now, the problem is like Hotwire Stimulus Turbo. Like if you go to the Rails subreddit and you ask the question, I'm being hired at a company that uses React. How do I use React with Rails? There's like a 90% chance someone's going to reply, why would you use React with Rails? You should be using Hotwire. And like the reason why they're using it is because the company's using it. Like they're trying to get a job there, like, or they just got hired. They can't just go, hey boss, it's great that we're doing this, but I'm going to rewrite the entire tech stack to use Hotwire now. And like the bigger companies like Shopify, they're not going to be on Hotwire. Like they're going to have some kind of Rails running as an API type thing, and then like a front end solution, I imagine. Yeah, reading his blog can have interesting results. There's some things I agree with him on. I do think throwing everything into a microservice and not like thinking about it is not the right approach. Monoliths can be fun to work in. But then there's other things like the tricks editor or the decision to remove TypeScript overnight without even announcing it, where I'm like, we could have just handled this a little bit better. Yeah, and then there's like the asset pipeline stuff that there was a lot wrong there too. Is this still running? Bundle complete. Hello, Mr. J. Watt. Hope you're doing okay today. We are maybe making progress getting this game set up on a Rails server. But as you can see, it looks like the server has different things to say. I don't know what it's doing right now. I'm afraid to like stop it because I don't want to go through this again. So this should be upset at me, right? Ruby version is 3.2. If you go 2 hours on this, if you go back 2 hours on the stream, you'll literally see the exact same error. Yes, that is true. You can't just downgrade the package. Well, it looks like the issue was that the Ruby 3.2 Docker image or Docker OS thing was broken. So now we're on 3.3 and we made it past that error, but it looks like Kamal has just decided to go home and not actually do anything. So we're going to do another setup. Hopefully it goes through this faster because it has stuff cached. And then we're going to go, oh, we have to do a Kamal, what is it? Kamal lock release. That should pop into the server, get rid of the lock, and now we can do a Kamal setup again. We can come over here where it's upset about a Ruby version. I think I use RVM on this computer. What is it? What are the RVM commands again? Install new version. No, I don't want to install a new version of RVM. RVM install new Ruby version. Installing Rubies. RVM list known. Okay. And then what do we want to do? Like RVM install 3.3.0. And then we probably have to like use 3.3.0, I imagine. Okay, I think this actually got past the last step again because this seemed to stop at, hold on, scrolling. It stopped at 31 and it cached up to 32. We're going to do this. It's not going to matter, but we're going to do this. Yeah, I found an interesting video. It was like a Godot tutorial series, Godot procedural generation. This was the one that I kind of want to mess with to learn how like Godot works. I think it was the one by Jackie Codes. They create like a procedural terrain generator. It's always been like my favorite way to learn because I'm, you know, a big Minecraft person. So it's always fun to like see these solutions and learn how it works. Procedural generation is another one of those things where a lot of it just feels like there's a huge hurdle to get over just to like learn where to even find the information about like how to do like biomes and stuff. Yeah. The whole TypeScript thing. Yeah. I think there was more nuance that could have happened with that conversation from everyone involved. And that's all I can say without coming across as a not too nice person. That was an incredibly frustrating time to be a part of the Rails community. And just like online in general, because there was a couple people involved in that where it was the only thing I was seeing on Twitter. It was like a back and forth between them and like subtweets from certain individuals. And then at one point I was just like, I can't. And I closed the Bird app and I didn't open it up again for like a month. I was just like, this is ridiculous. This whole thing could be solved by just talking to each other for 5 seconds. But of course, I don't think solving it was the intent. I think both sides realized that there was a way to farm attention by handling it the way they did, which I don't necessarily agree with, but whatever. Is that expression my dad always says, not my circus, not my monkeys, not my problem? Okay. Please. Just at least let me get out of the red text era of whatever this is. I guess we've probably made enough progress. I'm probably going to curse it by doing this, but I'm going to change the IP for the Cloudflare so they can at least point the domain here. And then hopefully we can see some type of progress as that happens. Problem is I now have to install Ruby 3.3 to get this to work, which I should have done in the past. But I don't know. I get so comfortable on the version I'm on, and like there's not really a lot that changes that I want to talk about. And then every time it's like, oh, time to waste 10 or 15 minutes. This was really hard when I used to try and keep like an actual video schedule. Like last year, it was 9 a.m. The video has to be up 9 a.m. And then like every time I'd be up all night trying to get it to work, because I'd sit down at like 6 or 7 p.m. ready to work. And then it would drag on all night because something like this would go wrong and I'd just be sitting there banging my head against the wall. I get the video. There was times where I got the video up like 10 minutes before it was supposed to go live. I was like, what am I doing here? This is so unnecessary. Just push it back. Nobody's sitting there at 9 a.m. waiting for the video to come out. Avoid unexpected breakage. This is where details. Gems in the group development were not installed. Installed in the user bundle. I guess we'll see. We'll let that one run. We'll let it cook, and we'll see what it comes back with. Oh, boy. I mean, at this point, I should just open a RuneScape. This is like a walking definition of XP waste. Good Lord. Okay, let's go over to, let's go to GitHub / new, or is it GitHub.new? Yeah, GitHub.new. Godot, Kamal, video, or demo, I guess. Yeah, demo. create repo. Copy this, and then let's cd into here. Let's close this, open up a new one, cd into there. Was it /code? And then I put it in Rails for some reason. And then demo. Hey Posky, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. To install, do RVM install Ruby 3.3. I'm working on that. Git status. Ooh, but I don't think I want to do this right now. Because if I add this and then I end up removing the project, it's going to be a whole thing. Yeah, probably. Because we're going to sit here and watch these two go at it. Let me see if there's like a page for the Ruby 3.2. I think Rails should not be used truly full stack development with complex front ends. Yeah, it feels like the approach from the bigger apps or the bigger companies is Rails as an API and then an actual front end framework. As unpopular as that is, because people are trying to make like Hotwire a thing or whatever, it's I don't know people who work at larger companies that do it that way. But then also it could just be like it could be a factor of Hotwire's newer, so like a company hasn't had a chance to become big doing that yet, and they're probably not going to want to invest in rewriting to get to that point. Phoenix plus Livewire, LiveView, Laravel plus LiveView. X plus React. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you really have to find someone who's like a Rails fan that does it, that like moves to moves to a React framework, but they still really want to use Rails to find something like that. ASP.NET plus Blazor. Yeah, nothing nice to say about Blazor, unfortunately. That was an interesting one. Keep making great content. Love your videos. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're at an interesting point right now. We finally got Kamal to at least install the gems, but it's not working. Apparently, it's just stuck here. I don't know what it's doing, if it's just spinning endlessly here. Then we have RVM trying to install Ruby, which always takes forever. So it looks like that one's got another 4 minutes to go, apparently. Then we should hopefully at least have like Ruby 3.3 installed, and then we can see if we can run this project. But the server is just getting stuck here now, which is a different problem from 3.2, but it's still getting stuck. So I don't know what to do here. And then for the Godot portion, we have to run it in Edge because Brave isn't happy with Godot running in browser. Really like ASP.NET, but I don't like, yeah, Blazor was, I think we took a look at it for like some product, but it wasn't something that anyone was interested in touching. But then also like when we looked at it, whatever editor I was using didn't even have like syntax highlighting for it. So it was just like, almost felt like I was writing a bunch of code into strings. It felt like super hacked together at the time. Group development, we're not installed. I mean, they shouldn't be because there's nothing to install there. Bundle without development. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. That's getting stuck here for some reason. So let's see, Ruby 3.2. Right here. I think this was it. Yeah, no one's talking about an issue with it. 3.2 Alpine. Ruby version dash slim. So 3.2. 3.2 dash slim. And then yeah, there's no issues in this Git repo, so I don't know. .107. We're getting there. Another minute, and then the Ruby thing should at least be done. By the time this is done, we'll be at Rails 8 will be released. If that's not a statement on how big of a mess this is, I don't know what is. I guess I could try building this again. If I do that, maybe. Let's do this. At least try something else while this is running. Again, see if this works locally. Oh, I have to put the Docker file, and then in the Docker file we have this extra step that we don't need as well. Dude, this Ruby installation takes so long for no reason. I mean, I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but what's the command? Like rvm use Ruby 3.3.0? RVM list known. Okay. Oh, this is a Ruby dash 3 probably. Okay. Q. RVM use Ruby dash 3.3.0. Okay. bin/dev. Oh, now you install Foreman out of the box instead of complaining about it. Not find Rails. Okay, so bundle install. Hey, how's it going? I'm a junior Rails developer. Been working on a project these days to explore a little bit of Hotwire. It's confusing me that we have so many TurboStream, TurboFrame. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that really is like overcomplicated for seemingly no reason. The turbo tags, the turbo streams, the like turbo stream index pages. It's a lot. It's not just you. I feel the same way. So this gets here, and then whatever's supposed to happen next is just not doing it. So I guess what happens, because that's like it's the bundle install, and then the remove bundle. Cache, remove this. And precompile the gem file. Is it not precompiling the gem file? Okay, so I cancel that. Let's see what it's upset about. Okay, let's try this. Let's come in here and let's get rid of the we do this. Oops. So you know I'm getting desperate now. Okay. So this is now running at least. So let's open up Edge. Local host port 3000. Okay, so the app is working on Ruby 3.3, which is good. And then we can go here and the Godot stuff is still working, so we can at least play the game, if you want to call it that. Camel lock release. Turbo drive stimulus, how to make differences and which each one is used. For example, making a real-time search. So usually you're going to be using Turbo if you want something to come from the server to your page. You're going to be using Stimulus if you need JavaScript stuff to happen on the client side. Turbo you can like put on the page in specific areas to cause it to like update or change those areas. Stimulus is more like detached from the server, although of course because it's JavaScript you can make requests to the server in Stimulus. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but yeah, again, it's confusing. Tried for fun learning Turbo Stream with Action Cable to live update dashboards and I almost broke my monitor. Yeah, I know how you feel. It took me like a week and a half to get a Action Cable thing working with Turbo. It was not my proudest moment. I think a part of it is like Action Cable in general felt criminally undocumented when I was using it. Like it felt like I was going where no man had gone before, which is weird because like surely people used it, but it wasn't really talked about. And then it also feels like because everything changed in Rails 7, like the whole way to set up Action Cable stuff felt a little bit weird. And then it took me a couple different iterations before I got something that actually worked. Because I was just like throwing my Action Cable JavaScript into my Stimulus controller. So I didn't really understand how you attach everything. Which again, like going back to the conversation from the other day, it's like that's where an updated documentation will probably help alleviate some of those pain points. But I felt like such a wizard because there was it like a real-time chess Rails. I think it might have been this one. Yeah, I mean, the fact that this was like a 42-minute long video is also something. But yeah, so this was like a chess app that I made at one point to mess around with like Action Cable and stuff, which allowed you to play like a WebSocket based game against each other where it would print out the PGN and stuff. It was so over engineered for what it was supposed to be, but it was a pretty cool project. But like the whole time, all of this, I just felt like I was making it up as I was going along. And right before I uploaded the video, I was like, I'm gonna get roasted. Someone's gonna reply to this and just be like, none of this is how you should be doing anything in Rails. But then people just, they didn't. No one was mad at me, and I was like, that's so weird. I was expecting people to roast me for this. Bruh. Nothing changed from the last time I ran this. How is it now failing at step 21? We just made it to step 32. We have like step 20 cached right here. Hold on. It might have been this right here. So let's grab this and then let's put this back. Just in case it doesn't work again. And we can go from there. I did was throwing away the project and live a happy life. Yeah, I mean the Action Cable stuff, that was when I first started uploading videos, I made like 10 or 12 tutorials, and then we ended up like I moved across the country at some point. I stopped uploading. Like one of the last videos I uploaded was it was like an attempt at action cable real-time comments, I think. This was back in like Rails 6. And even at that point, it felt like it was just a no man's land of, I don't know how to learn this. And I came back and I very strategically avoided covering like action cable for a year or two, probably. And then when I finally got back into it with like the real-time chat app video series, it was such a nightmare to get it working. It was like a mental hurdle for me when I went to do the drawing app and the chess app, to just like say to myself, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to willingly add action cable into my project. Just because like it felt like every time I tried to do it, much like with Kamal, like something would go wrong, somewhere I would blow something up. I think there's a product trying to make real-time communication. Your comments feature reminds me. Yeah. I mean, thankfully now we have it's called Live Blocks. Interesting. Thankfully now we have like Turbo, which just it almost gets rid of the need for action cable in a lot of cases. Where before I would have done it with like action cable to make it real time. Now it's just, Turbo stream it there. But then Turbo has similar issues where, I don't know, I have a hard time finding information on some things that I want to do sometimes. I'm like slowly building out my mental library. It feels like, sometimes it feels like I'm trying to learn how to draw by reference, by like seeing a picture and trying to like recreate it. And then other times it feels like I'm trying to draw by trying to reinvent what the Hulk looks like in my mind, even though I've never seen a Marvel movie or something. Like I've never seen the Hulk before. I've just heard him described. I'm just like, I don't know how to, I don't know how to make this work. Try it live. This is so fancy. Yeah, this is like, it's so smooth. I don't know what's causing the nav bar to bounce around. I think at one point I covered implementing something like this like previewer. I think this would be a really good way to do like a learning platform. I was thinking about that to myself earlier. If there was a way to like create maybe a more friendly Rails learning platform, might be an interesting side project to take a look at. Both deploy on Vercel and run locally, just run this command. I wish it was that easy for what we're doing. Just copy one command, run it, and then suddenly everything's working. Try remaking the Next.js learn page, but for Rails. Yeah, this I think when you link this was what I was thinking about, where it's like just a progressive flow of things you want to learn, what you're going to learn, the prerequisites and everything. I guess a part of me is probably waiting to see what they're going to do with the documentation rewrite. And then whenever that gets released, I'll probably make my decision. But this feels like a really good way to learn it. But then this could also be something that, I don't know, the Odin project might cover. I don't, because I've never like done it. And there's even interactive quizzes. Good Lord. Are we supposed to compete with that? Oh. Now on hour 3 of staring at the same error. All right, you know what? We're gonna mess around. We're gonna make another button. This will be the up button, and then we'll make a down button. Is there like text I can add? Add child node. Text edit. Text rec. Oh, but then I'd have to connect it, and I have no idea how to do that. Let's see. Let's switch these actually. Let's make this one the down, this one the up. Okay. That's step 29, installing Capybara. Okay. Then we want to come over to the script, right? So for the down button, we want to give this a on button up. Oh, but then we'd have to like share the counter too. Which I love most of Next.js is also the one most hated, is called server actions. Server actions. Functions that are executed on the server that can be used in server and client components to handle some form submissions and data mutations. The React form element allows server actions to be invoked with the action prompt. When invoked in a form, the action automatically receives the form data object. You don't need to use React use state to manage fields. Instead, you can extract the data using the native form data method. Oh, so it's almost like a React component, and then you just tell it you're using server to do like a server side logic thing in the component. If I'm reading this right. Gotcha. That's a really smart way to do it. What happened here? It was really funny when I first learned React. I came back to, or I started learning React with like when it was using classes and stuff. And then I left for a year or two. I came back and I made a video using GitHub Copilot, and I had it generate like a class component. And I got roasted alive by people that were like, oh, it's doing class stuff. Who even does that anymore? And I was like, has it really changed that much? And I sat down, I rebuilt like a React app. And then I was like, oh, everything is different. Like I probably looked like such a boomer when I was doing that video. Yeah, React classes were confusing to me. That whole system, I had no idea what I was doing. Today's work. Create server action. That's one of the benefits of being a senior enough developer. When you get to that point where you can largely do what you want and just walk around and say, what are you going to do? Fire me? Okay. 8 of 9 in the Docker file. That's my current position. Yeah. Snap precompile. So we're here. So that means it's run the yarn install already. In a nutshell, you can put the back end directly on the front end. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember there was like a big stink that was raised when they showed like was it like a database call in a React component or something? Everyone was freaking out about it. At least all of the like Next.js React developers were freaking out about it. We're like, oh no, we've gone so far back. We're making database calls in our views now. Precompile bootstrap code for faster times. Do I take this out too? Maybe I do. Yeah, that was it. That was the picture. This right here was so much discourse because they were awaiting a SQL statement in their React component. Oh boy. It's always funny because it's like from the outside, sure, you have your opinions or whatever, but if you're not using the ecosystem or you're not using the tool, like I don't know why you have such a strong opinion about it. If it is actually as bad as you perceive it to be, then surely it'll just naturally fix itself and not be done that way. But I'm assuming this is going to go away because we don't need this. We can precompile. Pattern is trying to unpack in the same destination. Non-deterministic behavior. What on earth? Okay. Let's bite the bullet. Let's comment out this. We don't want to do the bootstrap precompile step. We have the packages needed for deployment. Surely the packages needed for deployment will install okay. We just run a copy, we change permissions, we set the user, and then we run the server. This is the only step now between this and working. Unless it breaks at like step 22 again. Kamal, lock, release. Okay. All deploy. Oops, not deploy. All set up. Please, just put me out of my misery. It's less code, less files, less work. Yeah, and I mean, like, even if it's not the best practice, then just don't use it when it's not the best practice. But sometimes it is nice to have those options. Like I think we've all had those moments at work where you don't do things the best way possible because one way is just way more appealing than the others. One is running user add. Okay, so that was this step. Now it's running bundle install. Dude, this is just happening in whatever order it decides to. My favorite videos on YouTube. Yeah, I think I ended up watching this at one point. The all I remember about like the about this being shown was that for like 3 days I just couldn't go to Reddit on any of the programming subreddits because it was like everyone had to have an opinion on it. And like I don't know. I just look at it and I say, okay, cool. Looks like they're having a good time over there. The composition pattern that React offers is unmatchable. You're going to turn me into a React Next.js developer at this rate. Although, like, to be fair, like Kamal's doing its own right now in converting me to the dark side. I'm hoping that Rails 8 fixes some of these pain points. Because to be fair, like the whole Docker thing came out of left field, like with 7.1. So we're just introducing this. But it does feel like this could be a little bit more polished sometimes. Yeah, my dirty little secret is it even still running? This was a project I made when I was in school. I'm sure you recognize it because like everyone has made one of these at this point. Like the little pathfinding applications. But this was where I first ran into, or I fell in love with the, how's this work again? Reset, clear, reset board. This is where I first fell in love with the, like terrain generation. So I made like a simplex terrain. That way I could test like path weights and stuff. I'm pretty sure the A* here has like issues. But I made like a little pop-up window where you could like configure your terrain and stuff and see how the terrain changes. And all of this was written in React. And this is one of the ugliest code bases you will ever see. This is not a code base I am proud of. This is cool. It probably doesn't work correctly. I'm almost sure there's a bug in the A* algorithm. But like the code base itself it's so funny how bad it is. Let me see. I'll let this finish playing out and then. Yeah, but like even by my standards, it was just like hack it together, make it work. Hack it together, make it work. And then like halfway through, I ended up moving, so I never ended up like cleaning this up. I always wanted to come back and revisit this and like recreate this because this is such a cool like concept for me. I feel like taking this and putting this into a like learning library for like pathfinding algorithms where you can like create custom scenarios like this would be really cool. But for me, this is a good tool just for learning how like the terrain generation works. So if I like reset the board and like if you're looking at this, because this is like simplex noise, so we change like I don't know how many octaves there are, and you can see that it like causes the noise to become like less smooth. And you can like scale it in and then increase your persistence or decrease it. This is all based on the Sebastian Log video. You like generate the terrain. You can see it's a little bit different. You open source. Yeah, this is it's github.com/deanout/path. Is it /pathfindout? I don't remember what I called it. For the pathfindout rewrite. Okay, so this is not it. Let me come over here. It is open source. It's somewhere. Let me look for like path. Is it this one? Hold on. It's going to be one of these. I think it might be this one. Index.js. No. App.js. Yeah, it's going to be this one. So then we got to find pathfinding visualizer.jsx. And this is where I start to question what college dean was up to. So yeah, this was back with like the class-based stuff. But yeah, when I said it was bad code, I didn't mean like it's pretty good code, but you know, I'm not super proud of it. I mean, like this was a dirty implementation of what I was trying to do. But there were so many things that I was just like brute forcing my way through. Like one of the big ones that took me forever to figure out was the like if I resize the window, I want to make sure that like it shrinks so that like the end node is in the grid still. If I resize this and shrink it, you'll see the finished node like repositions itself. So it's always there. It's always reachable. And then if you make it bigger, the grid has to like resize and then make sure that it's not resizing beyond the node size and all of that. And like a lot of that just it turned into really ugly math because I had no idea how to do anything like this. Oh, okay, what's going on here? Precompiling assets for production without requiring the secret key base. Final stage for app image. Precompile did not complete successfully. Exit code 139. What is exit? Segmentation error. Okay. Core dumped. Rails assets precompiled did not complete successfully. Okay. How is all of this stuff? How is every step here failing tonight? This is ridiculous. Okay. When in doubt, comment it out until it starts to work. But yeah, like a lot of this stuff was, let me see if I still remember it. Draw grid? No. It might have been like a resize one. Oh, and then the other part that I didn't fully understand when I did this was like, because you're doing the calculation of the pathfinding, you find like the shortest path and then you have to go through and animate it, which was something I didn't consider. So I built the entire thing out and then I got to that point where I had to go back and like do the animation. I was like, oh, now I have to do everything in reverse somehow. I rebuilt like the entire thing in reverse, not realizing that I had the shortest path right there. Like I had already calculated it, but then for the animation, I was like, I got to redo everything. So I redid everything. Everything was duplicated. And then finally it clicked where I was like, oh, I could just use the answer I just found instead of going back and recreating everything. But the amazing thing about this project was, I mean, first of all, I pushed this up to GitHub pages and it's still running, which is crazy. It's been 5 years since I did that. But also like, I don't know. It was, I learned so much doing this, even though it was it's definitely not the correct way to do it. Like the whole concept of stores, this was where I first learned about it. And it was just, I think I was using, what is it called? Like MobX or something? Yeah, MobX. I mean, that's unfortunately how you learn, right? You just go through and you mess around with it until it works. I still come back here, or I used to come back here when I was doing like terrain engine stuff, because it was so helpful just to be able to like open this up and just say like, how does this work? Does converting this to noise make sense? So I definitely think like in the future at some point, it would be nice to come through here and I don't know, just try this. Oh my God, it actually worked. It's actually made it to the end. We've exited the red text era. No comments. No comments. Good Lord. Container not ready, unhealthy. That's fine. We'll just run it again. To be honest, if you only lost hope an hour, I lost hope like that first segmentation fault. I looked at it and I was like, we're going to be in for a rough ride. I still don't have hope. Container not ready, unhealthy. Because like at this point, it's such a Frankenstein of a Docker file. I don't know how you would even go about like recreating this. Container not ready. Couldn't connect to server. Kamal deploy. Let's run a deploy instead of a setup. Yeah, MobX, it was interesting because, like, of course you have whatever they use for the stores. What is it, Redux? I think Redux was the thing at the time. I remember when my friends messaged me and he's like, why are you using MobX instead of Redux? And I was like, I don't know. I was just told it's probably better for whatever I'm trying to do here. It's like whatever I found online. But it was such an improvement going from, I guess, having everything in like a variable stored in the JavaScript somewhere to using the Redux store. Like this application got to the point where I could barely open it. And then I refactored it over to MobX. And then it was insane. I was like, oh my God, is this what it's like to be a real programmer? It just works now. Of course, it also helped. Like you get rid of duplicating all of the logic for the sake of animating the path or whatever. Okay. Redux actually evolved into Redux Toolkit and still used a lot. Yeah, I don't think I've heard about MobX recently. Is it still a thing? I guess it is. Can't believe we moved away from classes. Everything's so much cleaner. Failed. So weird. In SHC. Oh. Highly getting replaced by Zustand. Interesting. Mob made easier and more performant. That makes sense. Oh wait, this might actually be a good chance to show this. If I open this up real quick. And I come here, I'm sure it'll. Yeah, so like this is what it looks like in a regular browser. And this is what happens in Brave. I have no idea why this happens. But Brave just can't handle any sort of like animations on the page. I'm sure it's probably like some kind of acceleration setting I have turned off or whatever. It's just always really funny because I was working on a 3JS video and I was like, why is everything so laggy? Is it something I did? And I opened it up in Edge and again, it just worked out of the box. And I was like, oh, okay. It's just my poor choice in browsers. Caught target signal 11. Core dump. Well, again, it's probably just something in my setup that has it working like this. Like, look at how choppy this is compared to any other browser. Like, something's got to be up here. It's weird because it feels like every one of my browsers has some weird issue, like, except for Edge for some reason. But like Firefox, I can't connect to localhost. Brave, I can't see animations. See, I thought it was the version, but I keep it pretty up to date. So I'm wondering if it's like maybe I turned off like hardware acceleration or something, or I turned it on. Maybe that's why. Okay. Is there a way to restart? Okay, let me check. Restart WSL 2. Because the only thing I can search hardware. Time to ask the AI. I'm getting close. I'm going to try to. Yeah, so maybe it's the hardware acceleration. Is this going to break everything if I do this? Yeah, it's going to want me to relaunch. All right, let's see. Let's see what the AI has to say. Because I'm at such a loss. What can I do to fix this seg fault issue? Here's the error. Here's the Docker file. Okay, it's not that. It's not concurrent Ruby. It's a different base image. See, the problem with the different base images, we finally got here because we switched the base image. Docker containers have resource limits. Is this an issue because it's a one? Okay, let's try that. Wait, can I resize this to? Let's resize it to here. I'm going to go to the $12 version. Do I have to do this? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna, we'll just do it the hard way. So yeah, we'll try making a bigger droplet. So Ocean banned you for spam. Yeah. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me if they did. It's funny because they sent out an email from like, oh, this is an email from the CEO as like just a way to introduce whatever they were trying to introduce. And my first thought was, this is it. They're upset at me. This is the CEO telling me that I'm single-handedly bankrupting them. Something like this. Godot demo. Again, create the droplet. Okay. Let's do this. Oh. Okay, let's try this. We'll leave this like that. We'll give it a minute because it needs to like properly boot everything up. And then we'll take a look. Let's come over here, edit this again. Paste in our new IP. This guy just launches 10 droplets every night. Well, it's funny because like my referrals from the YouTube channel are probably like, they've probably made a couple thousand off of my referrals at this point. So I'd like to imagine I'm offsetting it somehow, but still they've got to be looking at it. Like all this guy does is just spins up our servers and then shuts them down like 5 minutes later. He does that, and then he just runs one WordPress droplet that's way too big for no reason. Okay. It's 2 gigs. Hopefully it'll be bigger. Docker fails, makes sense. Then it installs Docker. Please run faster this time. You're literally twice as expensive as the other one. That means you should be going twice as fast. Yeah, a couple of years ago, I tried streaming for like a day or two, and I tried remaking this application, and it like very quickly dawned on me while I was doing that there was a reason this took me so long to make. There was a lot of logic here with like the little terrain generation stuff. I made that one though. What was it called? This was a cool project. Just as a bit of an aside while we wait for that. It's like procedural terrain generator. It's one of these. Is it still running? Okay, yeah, so we made this one. And again, all of these are like open source. You can find them on the GitHub page. This was similar, but this was a lot better. So this was just like very basic JavaScript. Like if we come in here, it's P5.js. So you have like your index page, which just includes your sketch. And then in your sketch, it was just like, here's how you can make a terrain generator. I did have to limit it to like 15 FPS, but in retrospect, that's probably more to do with Brave than with anything else. Yeah, like if you ever want to learn how to make one of these, this is probably a really good place to start. Just to see, like, I guess the logic of creating a procedural terrain. Not necessarily a good place to start in terms of like good code to look at, but just like it's pretty self-explanatory. You can watch like the video if you want to. But this one was fine, but then I took this and I ran with it and I made another one. I want to find that other one. We have the terrain generator, but then I had it's not the stimulus terrain. What was the one? There's a water simulation I made. This one. It was really funny. So I made I made this. I called it like a Terraria clone. The Terraria clone video got like 3,000 views in like a day. It was like 2 or 3 hours where it got most of the views. I was like, whoa, that's so cool. So then I made like this entire water simulation as a follow-up. Way more involved than the initial like terrain generator thing that I made. Nobody watched that video. And that was when I learned like the stuff that's powered by research papers is a little bit harder to make broadly accessible than the stuff that you just throw into like an index file and a sketch file. Yeah, here we go, the block breaker. So you come in here, you like enter a seed, and then it like drops you in the world. So you can see here there's a little bit of water, and this uses a what is it called? Cellular automata. And then like you have these blocks up here. So the goal is to like mine, I don't remember how many diamonds. But if you pick the water, you can then, what is it, like right click to drop more water, and it'll flow. And you can like, I don't know, just fill up an area real quick. And this was one of those things, like I always wondered how this worked, and there was no tutorial at the time really that explained how to do this. And I'm sure there's probably bugs in my logic, but I was so proud of this. And then, yeah, you can like come over here, it'll flow in. You can like break a block right here and add more pressure to it. And then eventually it'll like equalize a bit, which is really cool. And then if I'm not mistaken, yeah, you can use the arrow keys to walk around. You can like break the wood and then like mine your way down. So you got to go get the diamonds. There's like 2 or 3 videos that followed this one. Unfortunately, this one, as you can see, doesn't do the cool resizing that the React one did. So I guess like student me was a little bit better at this than current me. Yeah, this was cool because it was like, first I made the terrain generator, then I figured out how to do the caves because that was something I didn't fully understand. And then I figured out how to do the water, which was, I think it's linked in the description maybe. Is it this paper? It was a combination of this and what was the other one? This. And then there was some paper that I found that I was like reading. I like printed off the PDF. I had it stapled. It would sit on my computer. It took me like a week of reading through this paper to understand what they were even trying to say there. Last project I made at school after dropping out was a ray tracing algorithm. See, that to me sounds so advanced compared to what I did. Oh my God, that looks so good too. That's crazy. This is the stuff I wish I knew how to do. Which means there's probably a good chance in the future I'm going to get bored and I'm going to try and learn how to do it and completely butcher it. Excuse me. But that's like one of the nice things about the channel is you get bored, you start experimenting, and it causes you to learn a whole bunch of stuff when you're just trying to make these videos. Oh yeah, the trees was another whole thing, trying to figure out how to like plant trees and generate them. They're not the best looking trees, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, we had a senior design project that was kind of like that. It's like you go to your capstone project and there's 12 or 15 projects altogether. And there were some people that were like, there's probably 2 or 3 groups where you could have the people pretty well pegged to the fact that they were all programming as a hobby. And then there was other groups where you could tell that they were very much, you know, following their coursework, but they didn't have that extra experience. So you had like the coursework people who would struggle to make like, I don't even know, like a basic note taking application. Like you can't even call it that. It was like a text area in an HTML file was their project. And then they wanted to, or they had to make like a backend for it. So they were trying to figure out how to make the backend, and they were like, oh, well, we have like the student and the teachers. So they wanted to make like 3 different login forms because they didn't understand that instead of making 3 different like user types, or not even user types, like making 3 completely independent models didn't make as much sense as just making a user model and then just adding a flag and checking if they're like a teacher or if they're a student. And like the professor kind of blew up at them. And I was like, well, there's really nothing in the school that taught you how to do this. Like, and then I thought about it as I was like trying to explain to the professor. And I was like, now that I think about it, every project I've done that has like a back end or any sort of persistence, that was all just done because I knew Rails. I don't remember the class where they taught you how to do that. And then he's, because I had like a meeting with him after the class, and he's like, that's sort of the problem now because it's like a senior capstone project. I can't fail them for what the school has failed to teach them this far. And I was like, that's a fair point. I don't really know what you do in this situation, but it kind of sucked because you get to the end of like the school, and you got all those projects, and there's like 3 people that we made like a social media app for like disaster relief. So like, like hurricane comes through and takes out all the power lines on an island. You have a way to like still communicate with the people near you and like tell each other how to find where to find water or whatever. Someone else made like I don't remember what the other 2 apps were, but they were really impressive. It was like top 3 got a 4 in the class, a 4.0, and then like everyone else got whatever grade they got. But it was a hard drop after some of them because it was people that just didn't have that experience. And that was sort of where I understood like what people meant by there's a difference between like the street smarts and the book smarts. It's like, you can learn each, but if you really only focus on one, it is a little bit evident. It's like I always go to those people for like help with the theory, but when it came to like the practical stuff, there's different people you go to for that kind of help when you're in school. Yeah, I was fortunate, I guess, in that my database, whatever it was, like database organization course was like over the summer. So thankfully it was like a 12 week course. But yeah, it was similar. There was like a textbook we went through. We went through like four chapters, and it was just like normalize a database, but it was a 6 or 12 week long course on how to normalize. It's something that you just go watch like a YouTube video on and then you're done. There was a couple courses like that where they were so, they were slow. And then you just sit there and you really do think to yourself sometimes. Cause like in my case, tuition was, I must've been paying like $7,000 for some of those semesters. And you're just sitting there like, dude, I have not been getting my money's worth. Like I still remember I took it was an IT class I had to take over the summer for a like professional development track or whatever. And for me, it was like an hour commute to school. And I showed up for like the group project because we all had to be there. Professor said we had to be there. We show up for 5 minutes that day. He takes attendance and then he goes, I just wanted to see who would show up. And that's it. You guys can go home. And I was like, it's a $2,200 course that I'm taking in the summer, which means each class is technically worth twice as much. And you just had me show up for 5 minutes so you could see who would show up. So now you've also wasted my gas money for the day. It really does make you question like what we're even doing here. Yeah. Well, there's also the people like they're in college for forever, it feels like. And then there's like the people that realize they aren't really a fan of what they're learning, and then they just don't go into that field, and it feels like you now have a massive like debt hanging over your shoulder, assuming you're in like the US or whatever. You have like this massive debt hanging over your shoulder, and you're not even like getting anything out of it. Like one of my friends I went to school with, he went for computer science, but he didn't really care for computer science. And he ended up going to work as like a coffee barista because he really liked it. I'm like, dude, I wish you had realized how much you liked that before the $70,000 tuition loomed over your head. Like that's got to be hard. I don't know how you deal with that. It's still stuck here. Can I just change this to like a Kamal deploy maybe? Lock release. Maybe I try deploy. Maybe I see if deploy does better. I don't know why it would matter what the difference is, but in high school, you have no clue how the majors work and they expect students to choose. Yeah, it was weird because I didn't go to college right away. I stayed out of college for like 2 years because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I woke up one morning and I was like, oh, computer science. But if you had taken me like straight out of like it when I turned 18 or whatever and said, go be in debt, I have no idea what I would have chosen. I might have gone for like math or something, and I would have been miserable. Not necessarily because like I don't like math, but just because it would have been more like work. For me, computer science, software, that's always been just something where I can do this endlessly and I love every second of it. Even if it's annoying stuff like this where I'm running the same command for something that should be automated, it should work, but it doesn't. I'm still saying like, oh yeah, no, this is great. I love this. But if I were doing something like different, it would feel more like work. I guess if I can't do it as a hobby, I would have been absolutely miserable. A lot of study on math and physics. Yeah, that's the computer science aspect of it. It's a lot of like multiple semesters of physics, and then the math you have to take. The math was actually the thing that like weeded out a lot of CS people at my school. It was like statistics was one, and then like linear algebra was another big one where linear algebra was where the IT majors were born, or where they were made, because they were just like, I don't want to deal with this. And like to be fair, the linear course could have been a lot better. It was not conducive for teaching people linear algebra. It was conducive for making people cry in a corner maybe. But it was all like, there was no homework, so there's really nothing to learn from there. It was all based on proofs. And then you get to the exam and it's all practical applications, but you've had no chance to practice the practical applications. You're just expected to either like learn on your own, I'm assuming, or you're just expected to like convert the proofs into practical applications just based on like such a deep understanding of what the proofs were. And that was such a big hurdle for people. Now for me, I was like, oh, I'll just go watch like, I don't know, 3 Blue, 1 Brown on YouTube and I'll learn it myself, but a little bit different, I guess. Astronomy and astrophysics are your hobby? Disconnect from coding? Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, like I'm like a gamer, so that's probably where my like break from coding is. But then you see like how my coding goes. It's always like just this weird side project that I'm doing to keep myself entertained. Okay, I guess we can comment out this precompile. I don't know why the precompile step is being so annoying. Everything about this, it's maybe I just edit this into like a super cut of it just Kamal just works TM. That's what I titled the video. It's just me failing to deploy for hours on end. Over 1,000 hours in the Soul Saga. Did you see the trailer for the Elden Ring expansion? I'm a huge fan of Warcraft. I put in way too many hours into World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft and Warcraft 3 was... Yeah. It is going faster, but it's still getting stuck. Exporting the layers. Yeah, it was funny. I was never like a big Elden Ring person. I never really played the first couple games because all I heard was how hard the games were. And I came from like competitive gaming, so I was used to like difficulty, meaning playing against like professional Halo players or something. So I was always like a little bit jaded. And then one of my friends got me Elden Ring as a gift. And that was like the first game on Steam that I 100%ed. I played through it like 7 times to get all the endings and everything. I was like, oh, this is why people like these games. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for that expansion. That'll be fun. It'll be fun to get everyone in like the Discord call and just have a race to see who can be the least bad. Container not ready. Dark Souls 1 like 30 times. Yeah, I played a little bit of Dark Souls 1, but I never really got far in it. Yeah, I've never played Bloodborne either. I think I watched one of my friends play it when I was over at their house. Okay. Reasonably, what could I try at this point? What if we get rid of the Slim? What if we deploy a non-Slim Ruby? Bad side is it's PS exclusive. Yeah. I used to be a big console gamer, and then, I don't know. I think over time I just couldn't do it anymore. I think the move from like Xbox 360 to Xbox One it took so much out of me because it was just such a not good choice that they made. That really should have been handled better. Like the more I hear about it, like their logic for why they named it the Xbox One and why they made the decisions they made, the more I'm just like, what were you guys doing? Like you're so allegedly so afraid of the PlayStation, you didn't want to like have one be the Xbox 3 when the other one was the PlayStation 4. Like that's so strange. Just name it after the year it's being released or something. Yeah, it was similar for me. I just started playing on my computer, and then like really the only thing I played on the 360 or like the Xbox was like Halo, and then Halo came with the Master Chief Collection to Steam, and then I was like, oh, why would I just plug in a controller and I could play with everyone from my Xbox friends list here, and I can also play other games. Like I have a PlayStation 4 and an Xbox One, but when the PS5 and like the Xbox Series SX Super Deluxe 32 came out, I was just like, I don't care. I just everyone's like, oh, it's not in stock anymore, and I was like, who cares? I'm so happy not having to deal with this anymore. It's one of those things. You just realize, like, yeah, you're missing out, but are you really? Especially now with every other game being, I mean, some of them, the latest ones are going to undermine this point, like Pal World and Baldur's Gate. Those were fantastic. But then you have the other ones that have just been such a colossal disappointment that you really do sit there and you're like, man, I'm just going to go play Minecraft for the 30th time because I don't want to be disappointed. Like, what was that pirate game that came out a couple days ago? That I think my sister was playing like the demo of it. And she put it down after a little bit, and she's like, this is just not fun. It was like a worse Sea of Thieves was how she described it. And then I went online and they were talking about it and they're like, it's a quadruple A game. And I'm like, no. If we're not calling Baldur's Gate a quadruple A game, I don't think we can do that here. Podcast stream methodology is better than seeing Kamal crash 3 hours straight. Yeah. That's the unfortunate reality. Is like, how do you make this interesting? Part of me is just sitting here like, you just switch the category to RuneScape or some game and you just play that game and then you have this on the other screen. Instead of me playing RuneScape on the other screen, we just move the point of the stream to the other screen because this is just so painful. But people don't learn unless I get it working. So here we are. This is what I mean sometimes though, when I like leave the pinned comments on the videos where I'm like, this took me a week to do, or this took me 2 or 3 weeks to do. Like sometimes it really does. And like I have a couple friends that do videos on some topics. Like one of my friends does Godot tutorials, and it's similar for him where it takes him like 4 or 5 weeks to get videos out sometimes because it's so hard to do this stuff sometimes. Yeah. Kamal just decides I have to release the lock again. Lock, release. But again, like it's good for people to see this. At least then they get an honest taste of what it's like to use these tools as opposed to super happy fun time. Because I could lie to everyone. I could edit all this out and say, yeah, this is so easy to do. It's not for me. I don't have the patience to do so. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into the videos. And like one of the hardest parts about the video content creation stuff is a lot of times it's not what you want to make, it's what the people want to watch. And those are not the same thing. And that's where I see like, if you go to Reddit and you look at like the new tubers subreddit, a lot of people fall into that trap where they're trying to make content that they want to make, but they're expecting results that would be more relevant to content people want to watch. So like Let's Players, for example, they're still trying to upload like those unedited 3 to 4 hour Let's Plays. And like, that's just not what people want to watch anymore. If they want to watch that, they go watch a stream. When they go to the videos, they're expecting like maybe 2 or 3 videos on the game being played to completion. Maybe each video is 30 minutes long ish. Even that would probably be pushing it. They sit there and they're expecting those results. And it's just, that's not how it's going to work. And here it's similar. Like I'd love to make videos about, I don't know, just pick an example like Next.js or whatever, but no one wants to watch me talk about Next.js. They want to watch me talk about Rails. So I'm like, okay, I'll do more Rails stuff. And hopefully I'll branch out in the future. Yeah, well, and that's the other hard part is like you don't want to sit there because especially when you're streaming, like it's really hard to keep that sensor on. But like I would not be as polite about this not working if I wasn't streaming right now. I would be sitting here and I'd be going, this piece of who thought this was a good idea? I'm also usually like pacing back and forth when I'm doing this. It's really weird to sit here and not be pacing back and forth like someone who is completely snapped. I'll like pace. I'll go to the whiteboard. I'll draw on the whiteboard. I'll try and like just move my area of thinking to somewhere else because hopefully that causes me to think of like some other solution as opposed to just sitting in front of it, which is also what I don't like about like remote coding interviews. I much prefer like the in-person go up to the whiteboard and do I know other people don't like that, but like for me, that's a great way for me to just like change my point of reference. So like if I'm stuck in a coding problem, I'll walk away from the whiteboard. I'll walk away. I'll do the 180 and then I'll come back and I'll be like, okay, let's try something else. The only problem here is like, what else are you going to try? It's just keep running it and see if it works. We're already on like a twice the size system, so it's not that. It's not WSL because we're running this on the remote server. It's not related to the server. It's Docker specifically. We get different errors depending on which version of Ruby we're running. Now we're running like not the slim version. Like I don't know what else to try. Maybe I'll try therapy. Maybe that's where we're at. I go to walk in the park to avoid breaking my monitor. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I'll go talk to my dad about this stuff sometimes, or I'll go talk to my mom and I'll be like, I'm not looking for a solution. I don't even need you to talk. I am just here to talk at you about this problem until hopefully you being my rubber duck helps me somehow. I actually have like 2 little rubber ducks I got for Christmas, like positioned on each side of my monitor. See if I can do this. Like little guy hanging out here. He's my new rubber duck. It's like Velcroed to the top of my monitor. And if that doesn't show you where I'm at from all these Rails tutorials, I don't know what will. Do that with my dogs. Yeah. I go down to talk to my dogs, but then they're just like, "Oh, we're gonna go outside now?" I'm like, "No, I have to go back upstairs." And then you get roped into going outside with them for 30 minutes, and then you come back inside and you're like, what was I doing again? You go back to your computer, you sit down, and you're like, "Oh no, it was this. Why did I come back inside? I should have just ran away." The issue is if this doesn't end up working, I am out one video idea because I don't think it makes much sense to deploy this as a video using like Docker or something. Those rubber balls for stress, I end up throwing them at my coworker. See, I don't throw them at like coworkers, but what I find is when I have like one of those stress balls, because I have some, I think I even have some like in this room somewhere, I just start like bouncing them, and I spend more time playing with the rubber ball than I do actually thinking. And it's not it's stressing me. Well, I guess it is de-stressing me, but then I'm stressed about the fact that I just wasted a bunch of time bouncing a ball instead of like solving my problem. And then, yeah, you throw it at like the wall and then it bounces off the wall wrong and it goes flying across the room. There's like a toddler that's completely uncontrolled. That's there's been more than one occasion of me doing that. Especially like the cameras and the lights everywhere. That's why the stress balls are very conveniently out of reach for me. Async destroy with active job. Yeah, I mean, even with like jobs in general, they were talking about that solid queue thing. I wanted to do a video on it. But it sounds like solid queue is not at a point right now where it's super useful. Because I think someone said like it's not, what was it? It's not able to run in like a cycle yet or something. Which is just like it's a run and done, which is okay. But if you're trying to schedule stuff, I guess it might not work for that. I don't know. I'd implement async deletion using Drizzle and drop the foreign key constraint because the vacuum press is killing the performance. You sound like a wizard when you say some of these words. I think I did a couple videos on like Sidekick. I've always wanted to like revisit it, but I'm it's one of those things like it's how do you touch on the topic again in a way that's, I guess, interesting and something you can learn from. So that's usually where I start coming up with like these weird side projects where I have like this really, really involved scenario that for some reason requires me to use this tool. Like I'm going to go put Godot on a server, so I'm going to use Camel. or Kamal or whatever we're calling it. Good words Postgres got slow by 4 and key delete on Kisk. Gotcha. See, I understand those words. Supporting manifest file, pushing layers. Be a good video idea. Yeah, there was actually, I was thinking, I think on the whiteboard I have it. There was one I wanted to do about like trying to show off what happens if you don't. Well, yeah, anything at scale is usually a good video just because it's really like it's not talked about at that scale. Like, I guess like it's conceptually talked about, but like in practice, it's always good. There's one I did about like importing a lot of data into the database and like the difference between just repeatedly creating a record and just doing like a big transaction and then like how to chunk those transactions. Or there was one, I forget what it was called, but there was one about it was like a Basecamp pagination gem. Oh, let me see. Basecamp pagination. This one, geared pagination. This was really interesting. So the geared pagination gem, like other pagination gems, allows you to return like 10 records per page, but it returns a different number of records per page. I guess their findings were you returned 15 elements on page 1, 30 elements on page 2, 50 on page 3, and 100 from page 4 and onwards. In Basecamp, that makes sense to them. But they use it for like infinite scrolling. So there's like more and more as you scroll down gets added to the page until you hit like the maximum amount. And it's just stuff you wouldn't really think about on like your smaller applications when you're just building them out for like usability. I think something like this might be interesting to show off as well. Talking about the performance of maintaining, and how the async destroy pre-built active record. So the performance impact of page pagination versus cursor pagination. Yeah, that's kind of what they're talking about here. There's like cursor-based pagination. I had to drop the support of page pagination because it's getting out of hand. Yeah. I mean, I feel like in general, even Elasticsearch can handle the traffic. That's probably quite the statement. But that's the thing. It's really hard to like learn those types of scaling things unless you firsthand run into those scaling issues. It's probably something I should work on is like a better way to get them. How would I say this? Like a better way to get a application mocked up so that it has the potential to run into scaling issues so I can talk about it better. They're using Elasticsearch scroll context. Again, it feels like there's an Elasticsearch plugin solution for just about every problem. Some kind of feature. I should probably star this. Add this to my list. I think I found this while I was like looking through the Basecamp stuff, seeing what they did, because I always like looking at code they've put up as an example. Helps keep me grounded and make sure that I don't think that my code is good. Handle almost 100 terabytes of data. Yeah, see, I had like the opposite experience, which was like maybe 100 gigs was probably a bigger database that I worked on. It was more an issue of like, I guess, handling multiple of these databases. Also need to optimize when performance is becoming an issue. Yeah, as opposed to the people that are like worried about scaling when they have no users yet. I definitely agree with that one. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, never optimize. Don't optimize early. I shouldn't say never, but you probably don't want to optimize early. Close the DigitalOcean. Okay. Let's just go to history. Where's the DigitalOcean? There it is. Throwing everything to Postgres. I mean, again, Postgres works. Postgres works until it doesn't, but then at that point, like you can worry about it then. Unless you go in and you know for sure that's going to be your bottleneck like in a week or two. But that's where you should probably do a little bit of planning meetings beforehand. And this So, I mean, at this point, I don't even think we can blame the images anymore. There's so many of them. I don't know what this is. We ran the Docker container locally. It wasn't that. I think it's probably even still on the system, right? Containers. Yeah. Our invoices traffic. Is this really how we're defeated by by the auto deploy tool? I mean, it's also got like just so much power behind it now too. I don't know what it deploy. Yeah. Let's yep. Zero downtime. Well, I mean, the good news is it works with any type of web app that can be containerized. So you could probably use this for like your work. You could probably containerize some applications and deploy your own Kamal stuff. It specifically mentions DigitalOcean too. You gotta live on the edge a little. Yeah, the first like warning sign for this for me is always like when I go to one of these installation pages for like Kamal in this case, because that's the first thing I do is I go to the page for the thing I'm trying to make a video on, and I go look at the docs. I look at the docs and there's like a very basic example, and my first thought is always like, how far will I have to go from this basic example to what's a realistic app that would have to use this? And it's like, okay, well, here we have a service with 2 servers. First of all, I don't know what this means, why we have 2 IP addresses in here. And then like what about Postgres? Where would I put Postgres in here? And I'm like, okay, where's Postgres covered? And I go over to like configuration because it's not in the installation. Like this is the whole installation section here. Is just this. And I go over to like configuration, and then like in here, I'm like, okay, it starts off talking about 1Password for some reason. This is so far away from what my concern is. Surely there's like a Postgres or like a MySQL. And there's like a MySQL root here for the database URLs. There's a way to set like some kind of, I don't know, volume. And then you come down here and it's like, okay, here's the accessories. But I am willing to bet this is not the only thing I have to do for all of the accessories. And then it's like, what do I do for Postgres? I have to then like convert this somehow and figure out what the other options are. And then like you get to that point and you're like, okay, so let me just come over here and let me look up like Postgres Kamal. And then you go down that rabbit hole of like, okay, what, and you can even see here, like there's multiple things I clicked on. And then you try and find one that works. And then you find other reasons why these things don't work. Like you go through these tutorials and no one mentions that like it's going to enforce SSL on you when you do this. And if you don't have Cloudflare configured properly, then these don't work. And then like the more you go through it, the more you're like, oh, this tool is going to be a lot for someone to pick up. And then I have to ask myself, like, is it worth covering a tool like this? Because I have to be concerned, you know, am I showing this to a junior dev who's going to look at this? This is their first experience deploying an app. And then they go, I should use this because he made a video on it. And then they're going to like run down a rabbit hole where it's not going to have the information they need. And then sometimes I make like the follow-up videos or I do the bigger videos on it just to like help out in that case. But here it is a little bit hard to, you know, advocate for something that I have personally hit a wall on. Like the JavaScript ecosystem, mainly because it's so easy to get things done quickly. You deploy a Postgres instance less than 3 minutes using Supabase. Yeah. Wasn't this like this is like the open source Firebase, right? Yeah. Or I guess I should say Firebase alternative. Yeah, again, that's like one of the issues with like the batteries included approach is the batteries are included, but sometimes there would have been better batteries. Go use Duracell or something. It's just a post. Gotcha. Some of this other stuff is confusing, like telling you that you need to push your environment variables before you deploy. But I'm pretty sure the setup command does that for you. So I guess it's more like maybe if you change your environment variables, but I swear it said in here it pushes the environment variables to the thing. So I don't know. And it's stuck at this boot-snap precompile. Let's see. Rails Docker stuck at boot-snap precompile step. Yeah, that's what I've always told people when I'm like explaining Rails to them. Like they don't have Rails experience, like just regular developers I run into. Maybe they're like C# devs or whatever, and they're like, "What? Like, why would you learn Rails?" And I'm like, "It's really good at what it does, but when you need it to do something that it doesn't want to do, that's where you're going to start to have a bad time." And like, yes, in other frameworks, there's a lot more things that they can't do, but sometimes it's a lot easier to do those other things in those other frameworks than it is to do something else in Rails. It's not always the case, but like sometimes. Now, thankfully, like this, just because this tool exists doesn't mean it's like the default way to do this now. But again, we looked at like the Rails 8 roadmap or whatever, and in the Rails 8 roadmap, they were like Kamal by default. I'm like, oh boy, looks like your image doesn't have Yarn installed. But this person's running into an error. I'm not running into an error. January 24th, so like a month ago. Acquire master key false. Yeah, and there's like pros and cons to that too, of, you know, like having stuff like authentication in or not. I think that's where it's like, oh, you want to make like an application for your business. Rails is really good where it's like, oh, I'm just going to throw devise in here. Or I'm going to, I guess in Rails 8, like generate my own authentication system. Because when I sit down, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this in like React or something. And then my first thought is, dude, it's going to take me hours to do the sign in and sign out pages. I really don't want to. Clean credentials. Segmentation fault during Rails assets compile on Apple Silicon. I don't have Apple Silicon. I'm not deploying to Apple Silicon. Until it's released as part of 3.3.1, you have to build Ruby yourself if you want to patch it. Okay. Well. I recommend. Yeah, I imagine like Next.js is probably good if you have a specific way you want to make it, I guess. Or you're just comfortable, like maybe you just enjoy doing some of that stuff by hand. Lock, release, deploy. I mean, for me personally, and I don't know, maybe someone watching can help out here. I struggle a lot with like the security of a login, log out flow, and like the whole rotation of like refresh and access tokens and stuff like that. And I don't even know where to look for that. Every time I sit down to do like an API tutorial, I end up doing something like Doorkeeper because it's so intimidating for me to do something like that. Because the whole time I'm thinking like, I'm going to do this wrong. I'm going to expose every user's credentials or whatever. And that's where like, that's a blocker for me when I try to do like authentication systems. Because I was fortunate, like in my job, I guess maybe unfortunate, but like a lot of what I did wasn't exposed to the outside world. Access tokens or refresh tokens are only used for microservices. So how do you handle like the login flow or the log out flow to like, oh, and it failed again. Oh, okay. Well, all right, let's come over here. What is it? Ruby version 3.2, gem file 3.2. And then do this deploy. Just use an encrypted cookie and check it on the database, Postgres or Redis for speed. Gotcha. Yeah, because I say usually, I've done it like twice. The Doorkeeper gem, which handles a lot of that for me when it comes to like Rails stuff. This is a really good tool if you haven't used it before. It's pretty much everything you want when you're doing like an API login, log out flow with Devise, just baked into one gem. Even like setting up different applications and stuff, it's all done pretty easily. Only works if your application is monolithic. Gotcha. Yeah, for me, it's more like if you're doing like you're connecting to an API or whatever. Because usually I'm like, I don't know. When I think of like JavaScript, my head goes straight to like a MERN stack or something. Ruby. Stack is extremely overhyped. Yeah, it's never, I don't feel very productive when I use it. I guess that's probably not the point. Yeah, definitely. Fun would not be the word that I use to describe working with it. Which is a shame because I thought with so many people using it, it would be I was just missing out on something, and then I went to use it, and I was like, this isn't good. This isn't fun to use. This is just a lot of work. A lot of work to get anything done. MongoDB is the worst database. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so glad we're over the whole everything needs to be NoSQL year or two we had there. Okay, so like the only thing I haven't tried at this point is just what about this? No, that wouldn't be it. Oh yeah, no. Like the NoSQL hype was unbelievable for a while there. You couldn't go 2 minutes without someone saying the words NoSQL and big data back to back to you. And like if you disagreed with that, you were the guy that just didn't get it. Kind of like, the whole crypto thing and now the AI thing. Like if you suggest that LLMs are plateauing, people are like, no, this is artificial general intelligence. And in 3 weeks, trust me, prefer the boring tech. Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't hop on every single new framework and stuff that comes out. Cause it's just, I'm gonna need it to get a little bit boring before I trust that it's gonna actually survive. I'll remove afterwards. If we do this, I just saw it. Oh, right here. No install recommends. Let's get rid of that. Try that. I really don't understand because like this is. You have to look at them because you made a podcast making fun of them. That's fair. That's a good reason to look at them though. It's also a good like experience just to mess around with them. But yeah, like my eye-opening moment was probably like I made a joke about vanilla JS probably being like its own framework because everyone always talked about like vanilla JavaScript and then like there was a vanilla JS framework and I was like I can't anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of frameworks where you look at them and you're like this isn't why would you, no. But I mean, then you get the ones that pop up out of nowhere, like Remix, and then they get acquired by like Shopify or whatever, and then you're just like, oh, okay, that one survived, I guess. That was one of the ones that made it. Can't see Remix being a long time. Yeah, I don't know what their plan is with Remix. I really don't get it. I saw a couple videos on it. I didn't. I don't know. I wasn't sitting there like, ooh. More until 3 years. I don't understand this. There's got to be something happening in this Kamal deploy that's just messing it up for some reason. But it is virtually identical to the other one I had. Either that or it's hosts. Servers, web hosts, this, labels. I mean, eventually we got to make progress. It's like the stupid brother clap just because he's stupid. Yeah, I think my first exposure to Remix was like some documentary about Remix. One of those YouTube channels that does like one of those really, really emotional documentaries about like a technology. I was like, okay. And then I watched I think I watched like a Fireship video on it maybe. Or someone did a video on it. And I was like, okay, but how is this? The way you guys were talking about it, it sounded like this was going to like, I don't know, solve all my problems. It's just yet another kind of okay framework tool that does stuff. All right. But it didn't feel like something that I'd, write home about. But then you've also been like burned so many times at this point because it feels like every other year there's something new. Like, 3D printers. You'll be 3D printing burgers in 5 years. They'll be using drones to deliver 3D printed stuff to everyone's house in a couple of years. You'll have a 3D printer that prints your makeup or whatever. I think that was a Harvard thing. And then you have like, okay, 3D printers are off. What can we talk about now? I don't know. Cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies will solve your finances. Cryptocurrencies are good for decentralizing. Decentralizing's good. Although we should probably have rules, but we'll figure that out. 5 years from now, this will be everything. And it was like, the NFTs, which were controversial for various reasons, and some of them were pretty fair, where it just felt like everyone forgot that you can also just create a user account. And they're like, oh, but it's decentralized. But then like there was always that caveat of, but then you had to have some kind of centralized thing. And you're like, okay, that's over. And now it's AI. And now AI is going to solve all our problems in 5 years. And it's just the number of times you hear it, eventually you just get so numb to it where it's like, okay, yeah, sure. I understand it now. I didn't understand it when I was younger. I'd always sit there like, I don't know how people can't just get excited about this stuff. But then, yeah, you go through enough of those cycles of boom and bust of hype over something. And then eventually you're just like, okay, maybe I don't need to have an opinion on this right now. I'll have an opinion on this in like a year or two. Same as get server-side props of Next.js that became unmaintainable in your app actually makes something useful. Yeah, there's always going to be that thing where it's great until it's not, and then it becomes an unmaintainable mess. We had like a internal discussion at one point about like making our own process scheduler versus using something like Quartz. And I was like, if it were that easy to just throw a dev at a process scheduler and make something in like a year or two, or sorry, in like 6 months, why don't people do that? It was a interesting debate. And then eventually I went and I found an adult to come into the room, and they were like, yeah, why would we reinvent the entire wheel for this? Just to, I don't know, just to feel cool about ourselves. Like, it's still a company. We can't waste 6 months of dev time or a year or two realistically of dev time to like remake everything. Let's just use Quartz. But it always feels like there's that urge in the room. I don't know where it comes from, where someone's like, oh, but we got this shiny new thing we could do. We got all these cool toys. We could go, make a bunch of mess in our code base. I'll regret it in a bit. So this is the no install recommends for this one. We do this. Does this work? Step 26. Some of the products don't even. Yeah. Yeah, I can think of one product that doesn't even work right now. I'm sure everyone could piece together what that product is. I mean, at this point, I would love it if someone just like dropped into the stream and they're like, "You're dumb. You should just that line right there is what's causing your problems, or you're running this wrong." But I somehow don't see that happening right now. Let me go to the Kamal source. Maybe there's something in there where they got an issue right now about this. Oh, wow. There's a lot of issues. Valid slice, bad gateway. Oh, here we go. Open last month. Segmentation fault. Switching to Ruby 3.2.2 fix this issue. So many bad things about this company planning at scale, which can be false, of course. I have no idea what to believe of the hype. Yeah, I've never heard of planet scale. Switching to Ruby 3.2.2 fixed it. Sure, why not? Dash slim, it's dash slim. Okay, let's go back here. Most advanced MySQL platform. Okay. Always good when they start off with such a bold claim. Oh, yeah. That's quite the endorsement right there. Plan scale. Horizontal sharding, non-blocking schema changes, and many more powerful database features without the pain of implementing them. Interesting. Yeah. Vitas. Interesting. Cloud native database. Feels like every day I learn about 3 new pieces of technology. Concurrent Ruby or in prop shaft. Okay. What else can I do? I have an idea. So for this, I'm going to have to come into realistically just the env file, and I have to come into the config and the deploy. Sorry, I'm looking at my secret keys, so this is going to take me a second. rm-rf demo. Rails new demo. We're just going to make a basic one. We're going to take out all the extra fluff. We're going to just try a basic one and see if that deploy changes this somehow. Make click sharding look like an impossible thing to achieve on your own, but it's actually really easy. That would be an interesting topic for like a tutorial video. Some kind. CD demo. Kamal in it. Okay, there we go. Let me close the env file. Yeah. CD dot dot, and then we'll CD into our demo again. Okay, so the only thing we have in here right now. Okay, so I'm on hour. I don't even know. I went live at like 12. It's 4:50 in the morning right now. Let me check how long I've been live. I'm on hour 4, almost 5, of trying to put a basic Godot game, wherever it is. If I press play, I say game. It's not even a game. It is just a couple buttons. Yeah, if we're being more honest, we're on hour 5 of watching Kamal crash. I'm trying to put this little thing into a Rails app and then put that onto a DigitalOcean server so that we can go click a button in a game engine on a website. Trying to use the new Rails deploy tool, which should, in theory, automatically configure the server with like Docker and everything else. And this did work 4 days ago when I tried this. I have the exact same configuration here, and it's just been crashing for 5 hours straight. Like the Godot thing is easy. Like I can bring that up right now. It takes no time at all. So we export the Godot file or project as like a HTML thing. We drop it into our public directory, just like this. We then generate a quick click controller for like a home page or something. Say Rails G controller pages home, like that. And then we can do a Rails S to start our server. Come into our routes, set the root of our application to the pages controller, home action, just like that. Then we can go to like, well, let's just go to localhost port 3000. We can go to /game/godot.html. We get this error in Brave because Brave is a cringe browser. But then if we come over here in Edge, we also get this error. Of course we do. That means our environment's development has to be set like this. And then we stop it and then we start it again. There we go. And then this is working now. So now we have Godot running in a local instance. That's fine. Now our super cool automated, it just does the deploy tool, seems to not be doing that. And I can't for the life of me figure out what's wrong with it. It's just like one segmentation fault after another. It's not because of Docker, as far as I can tell, because I've built the Docker image locally. So it's something with however this is deploying, but this is completely identical to the one that I have over here that I used in the video that I did 4 days ago. So sometime between 4 days ago and now, something broke. I have no idea what it could be. Let me do this. Let me just copy everything in here. Let's do this. We'll paste everything in. Come over to DigitalOcean. Copy the IP. Paste it in. Set up. And we run it. And then just eventually throws an error. And like I could realistically change this, but I'm trying to Trying to show people how to use the cool new tool, and it's not doing it. So instead, we've just been talking about like the state of tech and how every other day we get a cool new framework or tool that doesn't live up to the hype, which is weirdly relevant to what we're doing here. And the thing that concerns me is this is going to be built into like Rails 8 in the future, so it's going to be more of a default option. Yep, still on it. It's been 5 hours, and here we are, still trying to make this work. I think unfortunately this is probably going to be a two-parter. And by a two-parter, I mean I'm going to like bang my head at this offline if I can't figure it out on stream. And then I'll return in a blaze of glory with an 8-minute video where it just magically works for some reason. Because we just picked a bad day to try it. So just making this a just chatting stream. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what it is at this point, right? The software development hasn't happened in forever because... I'm so close to caving. I'm so close to just saying Docker's already on the system. Because we've tried a different OS. We've tried different versions of the Ruby. I don't think any of these dependencies changed since whatever happened here. Does Kamal have a Discord server to help? I don't think so. If I do this, it's down here. Let's try this. Oh, the other thing I could try is I could just try deploying literally this project that worked the other day. Although again, it's such a small demo. This feels like a minimum thing to set up. So for this to not be working, that's probably not a good sign. I just don't know what you would do in like a business capacity. You got, assuming you use this properly, you're running, I don't know, let's say 100 containers, and suddenly you can't deploy any of those. I mean, I guess that's always a risk with like any tool you do, but still. I mean, at this point, you might as well just open up Steam and go play some programming games. Go find like one of those like visual scripting games and go play there. Okay, so let me do this. Let me CD YouTube Rails Kamal CD into the video project. If this doesn't work, we'll just try deploying to the video project. I just don't know anymore. We'll try literally the project that worked last time. And then it's either a DigitalOcean issue or it's just something with Kamal that isn't working for some reason. Okay, so that didn't work. So let's come over here. Open this up. I'll do my quick little changes to the env file. then I have to grab the new master key for that one. Like that. Oh. Close that. Okay. All right, and then in here, we'll grab this. Paste this in. We will set this project up. This is straight from the video. So like nothing has changed from this repo except for 2 keys and an IP address. And this worked the other day. So if this doesn't work, which I should have just tried this like 4 hours ago, this doesn't work, I'm just going to chalk it up to like, I don't know, something's broken for DigitalOcean or something. Either DigitalOcean or Kamal. Great tutorial. It worked at the first try. It really is like that. And then the problem is, like, depending on the tools you cover, you get those comments 3 or 4 months later where they're just like, this doesn't work at all. And you can't even blame the person leaving the comments, because imagine how frustrating this would be if you watched like my tutorial video and then you came to try it and you spent 5 hours like I'm doing right now. Like, the urge to go back to that video and be like, I don't know what this guy's talking about, but none of this works. Like, I understand it. It's just also frustrating because then I get those angry comments where it's like, you know, go play in traffic. I don't like what you said here. And then you're just like, I'm sorry. It worked on my machine, dude. It just didn't work on my machine when I tried it later. Shortage of Ruby on Rails developers. Yeah. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like the Linktree clone, I was sitting there like, yeah, see, this is also failing. So there's got to be something wrong from like something DigitalOcean related. Let me actually go to the video. Let me see what command I ran on the server. I'm pretty sure it was just an update, but Kamal Deanin. Let's get to the point where I deploy it. Then there's an edit. What's the error I got here? Install packages needed to build gems. Failed to solve process apt-get update exit code 100. I SSH in. Let me increase the quality here. Let's see. What? All right, where is it? Expanded security maintenance. What is happening? Updates. Yeah, so it's just an apt-get update. Like, I don't know. Root at the IP. Apt-get update. Apt update. I guess I ran a sudo apt update. And something with what I did there just caused it to work. I did another Kamal. I run a deploy, or did I run a setup? I ran the setup again. And then it magically worked in the video. So I don't know if I lucked out in the video and now I'm not lucking out. But good God, if I wanted to play with a random number generator to try my luck, I would be playing RuneScape, not developing a website. This is so weird. And to think this all started because I saw a post on a subreddit for someone like making the joke, like coding a Ruby on Rails app, happy face, deploying a Ruby on Rails app, shocked face. And there was a bunch of people going, oh, just run Kamal deploy. And I was like, well, if that doesn't work, then he's going to run into issues. But I was like, maybe it has to work. I don't know. Maybe they found a way to always make it work. Here I am, and I'm the second panel in that meme that guy posted, even though I'm using Kamal. Also, probably should have ran a deploy here instead of a setup, but I wanted to repeat what I did in the video. But again, this is what I did 4 hours ago. I ran the update. Nothing happened. Came back. Still didn't work. It's also weird for something that's like, again, automated to have to run that update myself. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding how to use the tool. Yeah, and then I just run into this again. So for whatever's updating, it's not doing it. So I think Kamal is a dud for the night. Oh boy. This is also something that happens to me sometimes, not this specifically, but like when I go to record those videos, everything will work until I sit down to record the video. And then the instance I start recording, whatever my solution was, it doesn't work. It's like I found that moment where they push up the new version of the like image to the Docker hub. And like at that exact moment, that's when I hit the record button. And then like all my work goes out the window and then I have to try again the next day. Dude, this is this is literally you found the Kamal source code. Good Lord. Oh. It's just so strange. Let me see if I can find something on the place that I hate most. I go to the Rails subreddit and we'll see if maybe someone on there is like, oh, this isn't working. Although I doubt it because it's never really active. Yeah. Nope. It doesn't look like there's anyone. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think at this point I have been thoroughly defeated by this. Don't even know how many Docker images I spun up, or DigitalOcean droplets I spun up today. I've tried just about everything I can think of. I think unfortunately I'm gonna have to chalk this one up to wasted time. I guess here's what I'll do. I'll revisit this in the next day or so, and I'll see if I can at least get something to deploy. I mean, I don't want to like go sign up for a completely different service and just assume like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to be mean to Kamal, but I don't know. Like I've been trying. It's been 5 hours of this and it's not deploying. It runs locally. It works on my machine. It just doesn't work on any of the other machines that I pay for. So maybe there's a bug somewhere. Maybe DigitalOcean broke something. Maybe one of the images is broken. Like I'm running into just segmentation fault after segmentation fault. Tomorrow we wake up. Yeah, DigitalOcean's going to send me another CEO email. They're going to be like, hey, is there any reason you started a small army's worth of droplets last night and then proceeded to shut them off immediately afterwards? Okay, let's go into the Docker file. Try that. What is it? Apt install. I just do this. Let me put it afterwards right here. Okay, if there's an apt install, we're going to do a -f now. -f, run curl, tar, none of that. Bundle install, doesn't matter. Apt install, -f. We'll do a deploy. We'll see if this changes anything. But I mean, this is the thing. You watch these videos and you're like, oh man, he's a wizard, and then I see this half of it, and I'm like, nah, everyone, I'm just fooling everyone. I'm an imposter. I'm hiding. No one knows. No one knows my dirty secret that really I make up my competence by conveniently editing everything out. It was funny. I was looking at like the Kamal video, because you see like let me see, actually I can, or not Photoshop, Premiere. Sure, my computer is going to love me opening this up. You can like see the audio when you open it up in like the editing software. When you look at the original audio for the Kamal video, there's so much dead silence where I'm just waiting for this to work. Like I just get up, I walked away from my computer, I went downstairs, made a snack, came back, it was still running. That was an interesting process right here. My favorite bit, you pay like $50 for a month for software, and then they like prompt you with a bunch of stuff when you go to open it. The most like intrusive way imaginable, and it's also super slow and laggy. Never, I'm just gonna go on record here. Don't bother with Adobe Premiere. If you're looking to make videos, go install DaVinci Resolve. Just it's not worth it. This is not worth it. Yeah, this is what the video looks like when it's done, right? There's like 12 minutes-ish worth of stuff. Let's take a look at the actual video here. This right here is how much got edited out when the Kamal deploy actually worked. It was a like 12-minute video. It was a 33-minute process of just look at it go, and then I just got up and walked away from my computer. Sometimes I'm like, do I just like add in a timer and then just fast forward through this so you can see how long this takes? But then I have the time in the bottom right. I'm like, someone will just look at it and they'll realize this is like, 20 minutes later in real time. Okay. So yeah, forcing this didn't work. Do you want to deploy an XJS site? Yeah, you could probably deploy an entire site in the time that you're waiting for that one command to finish. And then for you to get feedback that just says it didn't work because exit code 100. Well, time to make the guy upset again. Let's see what else we can do. Create a new one. New droplet. Let's go like San Francisco. Let's go for like 2004. Basic plan. $12 a month because we're getting desperate at this point. What do I call it? Godot-video or Godot-demo. Create droplet. All right, so we've moved cities now. We've gone from New York to San Francisco. And we've gone to Ubuntu 2004, which is the same OS I'm running here in this terminal. So maybe it's the data center just has bad images. I don't know. Maybe it's the version of Ubuntu they got. They broke something with the packages. I don't know. So we're just going to, yeah, $1 from DigitalOcean testing. Oh, geez. That's how you know you're in deep. You can start tracking the actual money you're wasting trying to get this thing working. It's held by process apt-get, so it's doing the initial setup. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm still changing the Cloudflare IP. I've been thinking about that because I've done it like almost every time now. We haven't even gotten to the point where we needed to use the domain name yet. Okay, Docker's not installed, so now let's go do that. Oh, it's still doing the apt-get stuff. Okay. But hey, at least Cloudflare gets some traffic. Normally, I just leave it up and running and I don't know, forget it exists for like a year. This is an actual like set it and forget it service. Like, yeah, the Cloudflare might have a bit too much power sometimes. And when they go down, half the internet goes down. But you got to give them credit. Like, this actually just works. Now, some other tools, maybe not so much. But what are you going to do? To the registry, ensure traffic is running. Okay, so we don't even get there. We're like installing Docker. We're probably failing at like the building the image step. Cloudflare pages and workers are amazing products. Yeah. A lot of their stuff is really good. There's some stuff under like their paid plans where I'm like, I don't really understand why I would need that. But it's probably more for like an actual business and not just whatever I do. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff under the Cloudflare umbrella where I'm like, oh, this is really cool. One of the ones, like this whole SSL thing, just the fact that I don't have to go generate a certificate. I don't have to point to it. I don't have to do anything. I change an IP address and then I get a SSL certificate. Are you kidding me? That's so cool. I did a video on like Docker Compose and setting up like a whole Let's Encrypt Docker container that then like created the certificate, stored it in like a volume that the actual Rails app used and all this other stuff. And then someone on the internet just goes, put your IP address into Cloudflare. I haven't used Let's Encrypt as already gained. Yeah, seriously. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's like a great tool. It's a great service. But if you've ever tried to like set up Let's Encrypt before, you've probably run into the problem where you're trying to get it up and running and you only get 5 attempts per day. So you better hope you get it right the first time. Otherwise you're You're put on the naughty list for the rest of the day, and then they tell you, nope, no certificate for you. And if you're using like some kind of automated process, it just doesn't even work because you're not going to see it in the sea of other errors you're running into. Okay, so let's SSH in. Do the same thing we did in the video, even though we know it's not going to work, just to make sure. That way no one can tell us we didn't try. We ran a sudo in the video. Oh, wait, actually, that's a good idea. We have the raw footage. Maybe there's a step I edited out that I'm not including here. In which case, anyone who said that video worked is a liar, including myself. And I'm going to have to take that video down and upload an actual video. Or I guess put like a pinned comment and be like, hey, don't listen to the dummy in the recording. He's lying to you. He actually ran this command at some point. I mean, this is definitely me reaching at this point. There's no way that I don't know that I missed something here. Okay, let's mute the track so I don't have to listen to myself. Kamal deploy. That's going to fail again, right? This doesn't work, by the way. Have a great day. Yeah, if you're watching the Kamal tutorial, might I suggest not doing that? Here's a Subway Surfers clip. Watch this instead. Okay. I go through, I do the update. Does some stuff. It gets stuck. I press Control D. And then I run Kamal setup. This is exactly what I did. There's not even like oh, and then I ran like, I don't know, apt upgrade or apt purge the bad stuff and install the good stuff. It's just exactly what I have here. That's so weird. Everything about this is strange. Yeah, I'll just put like a link in the pinned comment that just says go watch the Docker video or the Docker Compose video instead. Or maybe I just revisit the Docker topic, but I use like a Cloudflare certificate instead, so you can skip the Let's Encrypt part. And you just like have a Docker Compose file for like, I don't know, Redis, Postgres, and Rails. My only issue with that is it's so much extra work. This tool would be great if it worked, but I can't figure out where the issue is. I don't think at this point, I don't think it's Kamal. I think there's a problem with the droplets somewhere, or one of the dependencies, and Kamal is blowing up because of it. But again, it's like it's painted as a thing that it'll just work. But like because of the nature of having so many intermediate steps you have to go through, it's almost always going to break somewhere. Unless maybe I just go like, I don't know, register for a Hetzner account and try to make Hetzner work. I don't know if I'm that dedicated tonight or this morning, though, after all of this, to like go spin up a completely different service and try connecting to that one. Yeah, we're still. Oh my God. All right, I think I give up for the night. This is, I'm just going to have to try it again. I'll try it again off stream. We'll do something else. I'll take a different approach to hosting it, and then we can just go from there. This is so, it's beyond frustrating at this point. Like, it's making me question my sanity. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to lose my mind. If I haven't already, I'm pretty sure I have. Like, the proof of concept is here. We got it running. Like, we know we can deploy something with Kamal at some point. We know we got Godot working. So, like, surely you just deploy the Godot thing with Kamal and it just works. But whatever this is, I don't know. Someone broke something. Go ahead and delete my token. Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. It was 5.5 hours of your time wasted, I'm sure. Hopefully not everyone was here the whole time. If you were, my condolences. I'm sorry. I fell short today. I've been defeated. You wouldn't mind watching another 5-hour Kamal crashing stream. All right, here's the deal. If I do another 5-hour Kamal crashing stream, I'll come with a backup plan so that we can at least have something to do while it's running, so that we don't have to sit here and do improv for like 5 hours. I don't know. Well, maybe we vote on a game to play or something, and then we just have it sitting in the corner. Maybe I'll find a way to like make the terminal always on top, and then we can just do something else to at least be slightly entertained while Kamal sits there and slowly destroys us. But I'm gonna get this working. It can't stay broken. They're gonna have to fix it, and when they fix it, I will be there. Minecraft server. I mean, I have like a working Minecraft server. That would be a good idea. Just set up the Minecraft server. Maybe set up like I can play around with like the computer craft stuff again and connect to it that way. Or do like a Discord bot and connect that to do it. Okay, here we go. You can have a Discord bot that could connect to the computer craft system. You'd have a Discord bot that communicates with a Rails app. There's something there. There's some way to make that. There's some way to over-engineer something there. Maybe you have like computer craft message. You could have computer craft message the Discord server. I don't know why you would do that. That's cool, but extremely useless. Yeah. I have done a lot of those in the past. There was one that I did, just as a quick aside. Let me see. Deanin Minecraft computer craft. Oh wait, there it is. Was this one? Yeah, Ruby on Rails with Minecraft API requests. So this one, you could do the Lua scripting to communicate with the Rails server. So I had a Lua script that I was running that was like pinging the Rails server. And I was creating items. So I was creating like cobblestone and other items in here with like a count, so you could like store your inventory potentially. There's no way I was going to go through and like actually implement an inventory system or anything. But you could then like make a request to the Minecraft API through computer craft to like get your inventory system. Yeah, if you want the video here, I'll post it. I'll post it in chat. It was it was one of those things. I was just playing so much Minecraft at the time that I was like, I need some way to make Minecraft related to Rails, so I have an excuse to make a Minecraft video. And then for some reason, this was what I came up with, was just like JSON requests. I had to run it through like ngrok so that it could even find it, because I do everything through WSL. So I had to like, tunnel it out so that the Minecraft server could even see it. It was such a weird thing. It was actually inspired by, what was it? I think it was like automated Minecraft, where he like got into the offline TV server by using like the turtles. He wrote a script, and all he needed someone to do was put the paste bin into one of the turtles in on the Minecraft server, and then through that he could like remote control the turtle and like do his code execution there through like the computer craft stuff. I was like, oh, that's cool. I wonder if you could do something similar with like a Rails app. And then 6 hours later, at like 2 a.m., my idea was born. Really strange. But yeah, like sometimes the useless ones are fun. You're just sitting there like, why would you ever need this? And you're just, I don't know. And then I found out you could like store audio files in Computer Craft. I don't think I recorded this, but I offline, I was playing with some of my friends, and I had a Computer Craft computer with a speaker next to it, because there was like a speaker item. And if you enabled it in the config, you could allow like larger files to be uploaded. So I uploaded the Adventure Time theme song, and I could like remotely execute the Adventure Time theme song. And I could like play audio files in the server in that specific room through the Rails app. Again, why you would ever need that, I don't know, but it was really funny to do. It's just always cool to see like what weird things you can do out there with all the Minecraft modding stuff, because it's all so powerful. Part of having friend would also be cool. Yeah, I mean, I've had a server running for a while now. It's running let's say it's all the mods 8 or all the mods 9. I think it was all the mods 9. And then everyone like, we kind of just stopped playing Minecraft, but we have like 1 or 2 people that still play it. So I keep the server up and running. But like server hosting for Minecraft is also really expensive. I mean, it's maybe the service that I use. I use like Apex Minecraft hosting. But if you look at like the pricing for what I need for that server, or what they tell me I need, it's like, this gets expensive really fast. Because like if you try and launch an All the Mods 9 server, I think they move you up to the 6 gigabytes of RAM. I also don't think this is what I'm paying. I'm pretty sure I'm paying like $35 or something. But yeah, like this is, it's crazy. And then like you go to like DigitalOcean or something and you're looking for this, and it's all like really low RAM. Yeah, it is expensive. And then you get like 5 or 6 people on there and you start capping it out. Like if I go over to the Apex panel, let me see, how do I get to Apex Minecraft hosting panel? Right here. Let me just log in real quick. Assuming 1Password wants to let me. There it is, autofill. There we go to my server. Yeah, so it's all the mods 9. So it's 6 gigs, which is the $22 a month. If I come in here, there was probably like, at a peak, probably like 7 people online, and that server was dying. It was struggling to go. So realistically, I probably would have had to go up to like 8 gigs for the number of people that we had on. But like per month, it gets to the point, so like, you're just like, how do you afford that without like crowdfunding it? Like you got to be like, okay, everyone in the friend group pitch in $5 so that we can keep this running. Yeah, the Hamachi servers from I remember that from like one of the first Yogscast Shadow of Israfel videos, where they were like talking about getting on the Hamachi server and getting everything set up. Dude, all the props to your 5 hours work. This is real life of us devs. And working on a Node.js to WordPress API project while listening to your stream 2 a.m. here and going to bed before 7 a.m. Yeah, that's the part that the junior devs, I think they undersell themselves. Like everyone gets stuck doing this stuff at some point. You're not alone. It doesn't matter how good you think the person is. They're going through the same thing. Maybe not the exact same problem, but there's a similar problem they're stuck on. Really, the only thing you can do is just take it with stride and I don't know, try to have fun while you're doing it. Yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out and dealing with this. I've been enjoying the streams. At some point, I think for like the rest of the week, I'm probably going to keep doing them like this. Let me see. How do I switch this? There we go. Should have been coding all this time. Yeah, I think for the rest of the week, I'll keep this, but like probably next week, I'm going to try and actually have a schedule and plans and something. Not that I don't like, you know, sitting there every day and just coming up with something to do at the start of the day. Like this first week, I'm just trying to feel it out. But hopefully like next week I don't know, have some kind of objective, some kind of schedule, and maybe start before 12 or whenever I started today. That way I can, what do my friends call it? They call it like vampire mode. That way I can get off the vampire mode schedule where I'm awake all night and then I'm sleeping during the day for like 3 or 4 hour increments when I don't have anything to do. Like, okay, this is my safe space to go take a nap. It's 4 a.m. for you? Oh my God, I can't believe I kept you up until 4:30. I'm so sorry. Oh, geez. Yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out. Let me see. I'm gonna try and spare everyone. I have to be careful because I got copyright struck for my Spotify whatever playlist I'm using. Like auto playing over. Because I have like the Harris Heller stream beats, but I guess it played over to something else, and like someone on YouTube was like, "No, that's my stuff." And then I felt bad, but I didn't want to delist the video because I was like, "Oh, well, it was the Linktree stuff. I told people I'd give access to the course stuff for free." But here we are. Hey, Art, you're just catching us at the tail end of suffering through a Camel deploy. There's been actually, let me switch back. Hold on. I can show you. Where is it? It has been almost 6 hours worth of trying to make Camel work. And we have failed. Or I have failed. I've failed and I've subjected everyone to my failure for so long now. Yeah, we tried to get it to deploy. I don't know if it's like a DigitalOcean problem or something. Maybe it's, I don't know, something with like Kamal or Docker. It was working locally. Like it works on my machine, dude, but it doesn't work on the DigitalOcean servers for some reason. It's just running into like one segmentation fault after another. Hey, Martin, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I think now we're getting to like the morning viewers on YouTube. Been going so long that people are waking up for work as opposed to like going to bed. Hello from Russia. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, if anyone here can successfully deploy a Kamal app right now to a DigitalOcean droplet, please just confirm it so that I know it's a me problem. But I'm pretty sure this is just like something's just broken right now. Yeah, definitely don't try it. It's 4:30 for you. Let's, I don't know. Go take a melatonin. Don't go taking whatever DHH has peddled here. Oh, jeez. Just working right now? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm like slowly coming to terms with this. It's been a long night of just looking at the exact same red text in the terminal, fully aware that it's going to spit back another error. It's okay though. The core concept is there. We've already gotten like Godot working on a local machine, so it's just a matter of getting to the point where it can deploy. Full disclosure, it would absolutely work right now if I just threw it in a Docker container on like a one-click Docker deploy. But oh yeah, you like the wallpaper? Yeah, I think I actually got this from. So if you ever need like royalty-free images for something, I don't know if it's still as good as it once was, but if you go to like Unsplash, it's all like really, really high quality images that you can use. And usually the only term really is just like they want you to credit the artist. Is just, it's not like a requirement. It's just, it's nice to, you know, credit the artist. I think that's where I got it from. Let me see. Yeah, right here. Martin Shredder. Yeah, do what is great, and then I go running Rails in Minecraft. Or actually, there's an even better one, which is running Rails in Rails. This is one of the funniest video like titles that I've ever done. A Python inside of Rails. That's an old one. Where was it? I want to find the specific one where I deployed a Rails app in a Rails app. What is it? Rails on Rails. Rails running Docker container, maybe? Or was it? Oh man, which one was it? I have a video of me creating a way to deploy or to execute a Rails app inside of a Rails app. So you go to like a controller endpoint and it starts another Rails app. I just don't remember what I titled it. Your wallpaper. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I like the darker wallpapers because it just, I don't know, it blends in a bit more and it just keeps it a bit more like dialed back. But then when you have like that accent in the middle, like either the, you know, the point of focus, it looks so good. Okay, I'm gonna find this video. This is when I got this working, I was like, this is my magnum opus. It was so stupid. Let me just go to my channel. Where was it? Okay, here we go. Videos. I like specifically search my own videos. Was it? I don't know, Docker. Slack clone. Docker apps. I don't. Nope, not that one. Oh, was it this one? Oh yeah, it's always good when I put the word monstrosity in the video description. Here we go. Okay, let me see. Where's the demo? Yeah, so this you're able to spin up and shut down new Docker containers from inside of the Rails app, which like on the surface, that's actually a pretty useful thing to do. But what I ended up doing was just running more instances of Rails from inside of the Rails app because I thought that was funny. Like you could easily set this up to do something else. Like from the back end, it's not great, but like I think once you click the run button, it then gives you like the container name and the container status. And you can like see everything update in real time. Yeah, it'd be great if you were setting up some kind of like, you know, infrastructure for someone, for sure. But in my head, when I'm making this, and the whole way I stay motivated is I just think to myself, wouldn't it be funny to just like have Rails run more Rails? Because I've been making these videos for a while where it's like React on Rails or Vue on Rails. And in my head, I'm like Rails on Rails. That's content right there. PHP on Rails. Honestly, I wonder if I could do that. Like, I learn enough Laravel to create an app. I containerize that app, and then I run that container from Rails using this. I think this was also the point where we didn't. Yeah, this was before Rails 7.1. So I had to like make my own Docker files for this. I think. Although this seems pretty close, so I was probably grabbing this from like a like the main branch and just cannibalizing it for my own needs. Native assembly on Rails. Honestly, was it Ruby? Awesome. Yeah, I have a Ruby WebAssembly one. Where we got like where was it? We got it in here somewhere. Oh, like actual assembly. Oh, okay. I see where you're going. All right, let me see. Like I don't know. Is there like an assembly interpreter for web? Just see, that's where I'm gonna run into the problems. Some kind of like assembly. I'm gonna cook on that one. I think there's got to be a way. That would be so funny to do. Custom computer. Interpreters for ARM Linux. Okay, so yeah, there's got to be something. That would be such a terrible project, but so funny. Although I guess for like educational purposes, it might be useful to have like a web interpreter for something like that. I still remember my like computer architecture class where we had to use like, or we had to make our own little assembly language, like 32 instructions or something. All right, let me see. I think I'm going to call it here for the night though. Yes, Twitch. No preserve root. This right here is what I imagine Kamal is doing in the background. Every time I'm trying to run something, it's just making sure there's nothing left alive. All right, let me see. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here for the night. I appreciate it, or I guess the morning. I appreciate everyone hanging out. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. You made this so much better. I think you were as much the host of the stream as I was. Maybe even more so. I'm just the guy hitting the up arrow key and the enter button over and over again. All right. I hope everyone has a good night or good day wherever you are. Enjoy your time. See you guys I'll see you guys later today. I'll probably be live again. Hopefully at a more reasonable hour. But have a good one.